Yes, we're live. Oh yeah, I think I say this during all my streams are really bad at introductions, so Finch, if you want you can take over.
Hello, everyone. Hi. I'm here on not my own channel, notably. My good friend, is it? I don't think I've ever actually said it like in nice.
That's fine. That's alright. Just refer to me as Koki.
Gotcha.
Oh shit, shit. I need to take this. You just continue, Finch. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Hello. I am, my name is Pinch. I'm,
Hello?
incredibly
Someone kicking. I think I'm kicking. Someone kicking.
featured on a Big Brain stream today.
It's okay.
This is close collaborator, my good friend.
Uh,
I don't know if I've ever actually said
Clip on that.
like verbal.
Clip on round the punch of the zero. I can call him up in half an hour.
If that is how to say it, I'm pretty.
Okay, kicking.
If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and that's
Bye,
unfortunate.
kicking.
But that's okay. But yeah, it's really great to be on with you, and I'm excited to hear about all these various silly topics we will be discussing, surely in a very intellectual manner.
Okay, sorry about that. Work just called, but now we can continue now.
All right.
So what did I miss?
I just said who I am.
It's funny to see
that I'm
tiny
happy to be on.
Got it.
It's pronounced like Koki Najmi.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I have been reading it the right way the whole time. Let's go. Good to hear. Good to hear.
See, the thing is, you're not the first person to pronounce it wrong, so it's fine.
Well,
If you pronounce it wrong.
well, I mean, glad to hear I was doing it right. So how are you?
Tired, but extremely tired. I'm fine. Like that's nothing new. As most of my chat knows, I'm always tired. Sleep deprived.
It happens. I feel that. Yeah, normally I'm a bit of a night owl myself.
That's so true, actually.
But I had to adjust my sleep schedule again because I have to wake up early again next week.
A book?
Yeah. Kind of little bit of a collegiate things, you know how it is.
Good.
Yeah.
Thing is, work's the reason I can't sleep in many ways, so that's something. And I have insomnia, so it kind of complements each other.
Double whammy. At least.
Exactly.
I guess when you can't sleep and get stuff done. I mean, that's like a kind of toxic way of thinking about it, but I mean...
Yeah, and all honesty, that's how I think about it.
Well, I mean, hey, if it works for you, right?
Yeah, but in the long run, it's kind. It's not that healthy. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of life, isn't it? It's trading healthiness for XYZ until like you can not trade healthiness anymore. But
That's
anyway,
true. It's like you already reached the optimum point where you got what you wanted while sacrificing a bit of your health. Oh, that's how I see it. Which, in a way, could be considered an extremely toxic way of looking at it, but it is a way of, getting it done, I guess.
Yeah, it's annoying like that, but that's life. You can't being a VTuber can't
Oh yeah, being a VTuber means you can't sleep at all.
Yeah, ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
24 hours you're on.
This mask of mine is not actually. I'm just very tired all the time.
Okay, so it's like the next step in the evolution of the eyes, the black rings under my eyes. Gosh.
Hey, you stay awake too long, you look like me. Who's genetic. Right. Anyway, Um, I don't know. I feel like we haven't actually spoken to each other.
Actually, no, we haven't exactly spoken to each other. We've DM'd each other quite a bit, and we've worked together in the project. For those who aren't aware in chat.
It was a little bit business first.
Yeah, more or less.
I mean, I'm happy. I mean, like, what do you like to do? Like, what's your like? I know you're into finances and whatnot.
Just give me. I'm sorry about this. I keep getting calls.
Mm.
Hello.
Hmm.
Hello.
Bump in chat right now. Anyway. Uh, what to say? What to talk
I
about?
think I got the wrong person.
It's a little
I got the phone number
inconvenient.
from
3 minutes. Kidding. Anyway, so
Sorry.
I feel like I haven't actually given the full introduction. So for those who do not know me, I'm Pinch. I show up on the internet frequently. Um, Renowned master art thief, international criminal, and currently on house arrest. I started streaming because I have nothing better to do while I am locked in a bunker. So that's
Yes.
the lore.
Okay, sorry about that. This time was a call claiming that they finished they finished fixing my car and I don't even have a car. Kinda interesting.
Scam calls are so funny to me.
I don't think it's a scam call. It's just that over here the thing is there's so many people that mobile numbers get reused.
Mm.
As in what used to be someone else's mobile number could be mine after let's say 5 years. If they don't pay their bills.
Oh, true. Yeah, that makes sense. Hmm.
So that's
No,
good.
normally I have a kind of like a policy to just straight up not answer calls that I don't have caller ID on. Which is probably not a good thing. But
in a way, yes, but half the calls I get I don't have caller ID, and I need to take them, so that causes an issue. You get what I mean, right?
yeah.
But you know, and due to stuff like this, it kind of does get interesting because I once got a guy demanding I give his money back, and I'm like, you're talking to the wrong person.
Man.
I'm like, he's like, you threatened to call the cops. I'm like, fuck you, I'm gonna call the cops myself. Why are you harassing me? Think about cops over here is calling the cops is like it's like the biggest thing you can pull out. As in, no one's gonna disagree with you in that case. You threaten to call the cops. It's done.
I see. It's the nuclear option.
Exactly.
Yeah. For we Americans, it seems to be step one as opposed to.
See, thing about how I put cops over here tend to get a bit more aggressive in certain situations.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're not authorized to shoot, but they're authorized to hit.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, it's such is the nature of policing.
Yeah, that's.
Maybe it's not the best idea to go into the politics of that.
I'm not gonna go into the politics of that. I'm just saying that, you know, if any, okay, for any Indians watching, if you ever feel threatened and you want to bluff, just threaten to call the cops. They ain't gonna do shit to you. I mean, the person you're arguing with. And don't use it all the time because in that case, no one's gonna take you seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, so back to, yeah, as you were asking, what do I do? Okay, I primarily stream about finance and occasionally play indie video games. I kind of have a soft spot for that.
What games are you a big fan of usually?
Okay, usually the funny thing is it fluctuates between AAA titles and small indie games.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually enjoyed the original Call of Duty Modern Warfare trilogy back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I have a soft spot for the Ace Combat franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And recently I kind of got into, you know, anything I find on Steam, if it runs, I play it.
Yeah. No, I kind of, I think I can kind of get behind that philosophy. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of, like personally, I don't like to say I dislike games a lot. There's like maybe a few that I would ever really kind of say that I dislike, like or just like have no redeeming qualities that I could bring up about them.
Okay.
Um, I guess let's talk about what I like first. Um, I think okay, if we're gonna go my top two favorite games that are constantly like just fighting for top spot are Persona 5 Royal and Bloodborne. They're both
They're
so
both
good.
similar and different at the same time.
Right. Like I don't know, Souls likes have like after I got really hard into them, just like kind of consumed my life for a little while, and I recently platinumed Bloodborne finally. Well, recently it was like September. Um, so it's like half a year ago now. That's kind of whack.
Yeah.
But in terms of what I stream, what I like to stream, um, I've been hassling with the capture card, and I've been trying to stream Destiny 2 and Elden Ring, but they're on my PlayStation, and my capture card isn't working. Whoops. So it's been a little difficult to get that to work, but what I've been doing in the meantime is I've been playing a lot of Minecraft.
Nice.
I'm partway through Deltarune right now. Oh. Yeah, I have just chapter 2 to play, and I have some other stuff lined up that I'd like to do. I never played Souls or Bloodborne, but I do love the lore.
The
Yeah, no,
lore is wild.
honestly,
The whole lore is wild. I love Bloodborne's lore.
the Bloodborne lore,
It's wild.
it's just so good.
In a way, I don't even think the creators can explain the lore.
Yeah, no, honestly, I think they just it's entirely possible if they just throw a bunch of things together and then are like, yeah, this works, and then have the YouTubers piece it all together. And like, oh, that's what that makes.
No, see, in a way, it's or or I might argue that some heavy substances might have been involved
Mhm.
in the making of the lore.
Right.
But yeah, like the thing about Bloodborne is I like horror movies, books,
Yeah.
games, TV shows, and so on. And Bloodborne, in a way, kind of captures that. Not in the
Yeah.
I'm gonna shit my pants, I was scared, but more on the lines of it gets you thinking.
Right. It's like all the hopelessness of a horror movie,
Yeah,
but like with less of the actual scares. There's still moments that they deliberately are trying to like fucking scare you, and that's great. But I'm not normally a huge horror fan, but Bloodborne is like, Bloodborne is my
Bloodborne, in a way, cannot be considered similar to, let's say, classical horror. It's more of existential horror.
right. Yeah.
As in, where do you, where do us as a species fit in the natural food chain? In the natural food chain.
Mm. Yeah. No, it's like there's not really anything that compares, in my opinion, to like when you finally get enough insight to see the amygdala on on the towers and everything. It's like what? Like suddenly your entire like worldview just changes. Like that one mechanic, the insight mechanic, is just so expertly pulled off that it's just like it hits that hard, and you're like, whoa, this game is different than I thought it would be. And then it pays off really well, like with fights like Abritas and the Orphan of Kos, those like impossible beings. They're just like such good fights, partially because of it, in my opinion.
Think about as I don't know much about the gameplay, but I'm surprisingly I'm a big fan of H.P. Lovecraft's work or the adaptations of his work, not his original work.
Right.
They're
The
kind
original
of
work is,
his original work because I'd say it's. I know this is an unpopular opinion, but it's kind of overrated.
no, yeah, it's good in idea, but his actual writing quality is kind of bad. Like, and he's also just flagrantly racist.
Okay, see the racist part, I can forget it. As a brown person, I can overlook that part because most works from that time were kind of racist. So
True, true, but it's just kind of like, all right, buddy.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah,
They're afraid.
yeah, it reaches a point where it's so racist it's predictable. As in, yes, the brown person is the fish monster.
Yeah, I mean, at least he's dead. So
Think about that as he's a man of his time, so we can't judge him with modern day, morals. But
true. No,
but
you're right.
but come on, who's scared of colors?
No, yeah, that
That one was weird. That one was batshit crazy.
that was so fucking stupid.
Oh yeah, and I think there's a Nick Cage movie based on that. That one was wild. Yeah, no, who else to play it than Nick Cage?
Right.
There's there's one where the cold kills or something. Air conditioner kills a person or some shit like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that one. No, and he's afraid of air conditioning is like the whole thing. He's like, air conditioning is evil, and people who have it are weird alien fish people who are decomposing and need to cool their houses so they don't decompose fast enough. And it's like, what are you on?
Found the best drugs he could find.
Genuinely hilarious.
And there's that, and there's that. His fear of non-Euclidean geometry. The thing about that is, or was it Euclidean geometry? What's he scared of?
I'm not sure. Probably non-Euclidean. He seems a very straight and narrow fellow.
Okay, thing about non-Euclidean geometry is, it appears everywhere.
Right. So it's like, oh.
Yeah. So non-Euclidean geometry is stuff that don't follow the standard. And how to put it? The Pythagoras theorem. It doesn't have any fixed linear structure. As simple as that.
Right.
And that's what most of the stuff in nature are.
Yeah. So, I mean, you kind of have to be afraid of everything to write what you write. If you're H.P. Lovecraft, that is.
Yeah, thing about him is, I won't say he's the sanest of people, but in a way, I'd say he pioneered, what do you call that, open creativity. As in, he made sure that his works weren't copyrighted. Anyone can use it. He was pretty relaxed with copyright laws.
No, it's very good that he neglected to get his work copyrighted due to just because he had such a good framework, and he's like the first like really notable author to just take that fear of literally everything and then use it to make a fear of like existence itself, and then therefore make existential horror as a genre, and then everything that's been made since. And I can talk shit about him and his writing style all I want, but I still love Bloodborne, right?
That's true.
And I'm never not gonna.
No, his entire another thing is, I'd say his idea of what the divine are could be considered revolutionary.
Mhm.
Not getting to religion here, I'm just saying his idea of what gods are kind of fascinating.
I guess it is also interesting to look at it as like a. So I'm big into history. I'll admit I'm
So likewise.
I'm a student of it at in my collegiate studies.
Oh, nice.
And it's interesting from like a history and literature perspective to look at his fear of air conditioners, let's say, right, and look at it as a as a snapshot, if you will, of like psyche at the time, and that people were just like capable of being afraid of air conditioners when like now it's an actively childish thing to
Yeah, that's true. The thing is, we don't have to even go that far back in time. Like, even recently, let's say about 15 years back. People were scared about the weirdest shit.
Truly, like Y2K.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Fairly simple, like, technological fix. But everyone's like, oh god. Oh no.
No, see, I can't forget about that because the people in my country keep bragging about that. About how we fixed it. There's that, I don't know, I think this was quite popular in the early 2000s, the New World Order shit. Post-Cold War fears of a unified world government or something like that.
It's very odd to me.
See, that the thing is, two people in a room can't agree on everything. How do you expect a couple of a hundred or so governments to agree on something?
Right. No, it's you can get maybe 10 of them to agree, and then you get another 10, and then those two go to war.
Thing about that is that they would agree on, let's say, one or two things.
Hmm.
But everything else, nope.
Yeah.
But some of the most fascinating literature came out in the early 2000s, like modern literature.
Hmm.
More on the more on the mature spectrum than that of the younger generation. And then there was there was around the time of 2012.
Hmm.
Then time the world's gonna end. Mayan calendar bullshit. A funny story about that is just because the calendar ends doesn't mean the world's gonna end. Just that they calculated till that point.
It's almost like they ran out of material to write it on.
Yeah, or you can't predict. You can't make calculations that far into the future, right? At some point you'll be like, let the future generations handle it.
Hmm. Right.
But thing about the letter in 2012 is there's a book trilogy called the Mayan trilogy.
Hmm.
Pretty intense, I'd say it's disturbing in a way, but it's well written. And I read it I think I read it about 2015.
The Mayan trilogies?
Yeah. I'll just. It's think about it, it's like if you like science fiction, time loops and stuff like that, and history as a whole, you'd enjoy this series.
Hmm.
It takes quite a lot of religious elements, but if you're okay with that, then you can read it. Now, some people kind of get uncomfortable when literature kind of inches towards that.
Yeah, I never really understood the apprehension to that. You know what I mean? I think it's just spiritual insecurity, maybe. You know
Possible.
I mean? Like, if you really believe what you believe, then you don't need to be like afraid of seeing other beliefs, because if you think it's right, then
No, I'd say it's more of they kind of feel offended.
that's also fair.
Which in all honesty, I don't really blame them. My take on this is write whatever you want, but don't expect everyone to like it.
Yeah, I guess that's true of content creation as well, right?
As long as you don't incite violence, you can write whatever you want. Just don't expect everyone to like it.
Right. No, that's completely fair. I can get behind that.
In a way, if we're going to go into the religious angle, a way, literature, I mean, fictional literature has an inspired religion in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
As in, where's that book? I think I have my bookshelf. Oh yeah, Paradise Lost, a poem from I don't know when was it published.
Oh yeah. I wish I had more time to read.
Okay, Paradise Lost by John Milton. That kind of inspired the modern Christian movement in a way. As in, the modern Christian understanding of what the devil is.
Oh right.
Because back in the day, the concept of an omnipresent evil being was considered alien to people of the Judeo-Christian faith.
Mm-hmm.
And the entire thing about a civil war in heaven was kind of, promoted by this poem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Like the whole notion of like heaven politics.
Yeah.
Which is so cool. By the way, objectively the coolest shit imaginable. Like just in terms of,
in a way, it could be self-reassuring because we're not the only flawed creatures in this universe.
right, true. No, I can get behind that. And definitely, it definitely is reflective of the time it was written. In which case, people were like, "Man, because like, it's written in the 1600s, early Enlightenment, so it's very much along the lines of, well, if God is fallible, if
No,
angels are fallible, then the king is fallible, and
exactly.
we should be able to democratically check him. So, I mean, I don't know if he was necessarily an enlightened writer, but I mean, the themes at least are present.
Yeah, that's true.
You can.
And
I do wish I
okay,
had more time to read more, because I'd love to read like all the classics and everything.
I would recommend Animal Farm. I know this is an this is an
Oh,
extremely controversial recommendation from for where I'm from, but Animal Farm's good.
No, I do like Animal Farm quite a bit. I dislike that people read it wrong, but I like
Okay,
it a lot.
okay. So okay, define read it wrong. Like my understanding is it's basically a parody on the Red October Revolution. Like
Oh yes, right. No, it is, but it's not. It's less so like yes, absolutely, it's an allegory for the Russian Revolution, but everyone's like, oh, power corrupts completely, and that's half right. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like it's a because it's also a demonstration of socialism going wrong, and someone who is not who should have been brought in check not being brought in check, and therefore the failure of it is due to despotism. While I think a lot of Southern American audiences, or actually no, I'm not going to limit it to Southern American audiences. American audiences, Western audiences, perhaps, um, will read it in a way that's very much Cold War, very much, well, Russia bad. Russia is bad, isn't it?
okay.
It's just like, all right,
An oversimplification.
yes,
No,
no. So it's
I'd say it's more of pointing out a flawed system and how one person in charge could ruin everything.
yeah. Okay, I'm glad that we agree on it.
No, we can agree to disagree if we have conflicting ideas, but in this case we agree.
No, yeah. Very glad we.
No, that book's considered quite controversial over here.
In India.
Yeah,
right?
no, we okay. Right now we're inching towards more of more centric, but most of our economic policies were left leaning, and during the Cold War we were quite close to the Soviet Union.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Something I disagree upon, but like if I was alive back then, I would have disagreed upon. But what happened.
Right. Right.
So there were quite a lot of socialist policies, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a strong democratic structure.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
It's just that all the parties more or less chose to be socialist or communist.
True. I mean, the entire Asian continent kind of was at least pressured to.
Nah, think about Asian cultures and communism and socialism, or at least the practical implementations. I'm not going to go into classical Marxism because that thing is drastically different from whatever they implemented over here, anywhere.
100%.
The thing about that is most, including my structures, okay, there are about how many languages? I keep saying this in every stream, but I keep forgetting it. We have a shit ton of languages.
Yes. Okay.
And even more cultures. Each language has. Okay, there are 121 officially recognized languages, as in the government has recognized them. And there are about, where is it? 122 languages, and there are about 1,599 dialects.
Wow. That,
Yeah.
That's insane.
Okay, so whatever I'm describing may not be applicable for all the cultures. Just the ones I'm part of.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm of mixed heritage, so I think I'm classified under 3 or 4 different cultures that are mixed in my family.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so most of them, like I was brought abroad, so I don't really follow this. Like I find this quite weird. There's no personal space boundaries per se.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I mean, right?
Oh, yeah.
As in my mother might take my money and give it back to me later. Like that she may borrow money without informing me. Stuff like that. It's not my money, it's our money. Which kinda goes well with a socialist structure or a communist structure. As in it's not your country, it's our country. It's not your plot of land, it's our plot of land.
Yeah.
So that, like, another thing is, okay, I know I'm kind of diverting, but in this case, but I'll get back to it. Like, practical implementation of communism kind of seems more like what Socrates would recommend than. I'd say that like the modern interpretation of communism is mostly just ancient Greek philosophy,
Oh. No.
taken to its logical extreme. As in, the state is more important than the individual. And each individual has a responsibility to serving the state, even if it's against their own personal interest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. Yeah. I think that's a reasonable assertion.
And so that thing kind of resonates well with Asian countries.
Mhm.
As in, you have a responsibility to the state, and the state is right. And if you have an issue with the state, just in cases of, let's say, my country, where we have a strong democratic process, if you disagree with the state, just vote against them, vote against the ruling party in the next election.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Interesting.
And in some ways, it's pretty good. Like, at least on paper. In some ways, it kind of creates a toxic culture where disagreeing with the majority is considered as you being a traitor, quote unquote.
Oh, right.
And not by the government. The government is pretty open about freedom of speech and all that. It's about the rest of the public.
Mm-hmm.
Like my fear is not the government suing me. My fear is there's going to be a bomb outside my house if I say something a bit too controversial over here.
I see. Yeah, that's interesting. Like, I guess I can kind of see it, and obviously I have a very, very limited perspective on the entirety of non-Western culture, right? That's not just because of where I'm from and where I've been in life. So
now, if you still want to see the feudalistic structure of India, there's quite a lot of people in Texas who still practice stuff that's banned over here.
Huh.
Which I found interesting. So what happens is there were practices like, we had something called a caste structure. It's still kind of present, but not present at the same time.
Right.
And one of the worst
perception that it's like diluted at least.
Yeah. And one of the worst aspects of that is they had a concept called untouchability. As let's say a person of a lower caste cannot come in physical contact with a person of a higher caste.
Which is
at least that they physically corrupt the person of the higher caste.
Weird.
That's banned. The practice is banned. And let's say anyone practicing it is, I think it's a criminal offense. I'm not sure about the exact punishment, but it's banned. It's illegal. But the thing is, I found an old grandma in Texas, Indian grandma in Texas, who still practices it.
Huh.
Like
I guess people will practice anything, right?
The funny thing is, like, I'm quite sure she's kind of protected under the freedom of expression in the States. As in, let's say someone brings it up on, let's say, a local legislator or something like that. She can always bring up the I'm a person who's practicing her own religion. Who are you to interfere?
Mm-hmm. Right. Like, okay, I guess that makes sense, but it's still a little more than messed up. But that's okay.
Give her a few years. She's gonna die anyway. I know I'm gonna sounding kind of heartless away, but give her a few years. She's gonna die.
True. It is kind of interesting though, like the way that like people will practice anything. Like it doesn't matter what it is. Like people are always going to, in some way, at least let an idea from the past kind of like influence their expression or their thought process. You know what I mean? Just kind of unique.
Nah, thing is, you find more discrimination among your own people than people from outside. That's one thing I've noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, so about the punishment for untouchability, just check it out. It's 2 years in prison.
Wow. Okay.
That's it.
The lower to touch up or the up to touch?
No, I mean for the up to practice such things, it's a 2-year punishment. If let's say.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, that makes sense.
No, it's like that was one of the first things we banned.
Yeah,
that and what else was banned? Oh yeah, burning of widows were banned during the British occupation. So back in the day, If your husband dies, you go with him. No questions asked.
Wait, you just die?
So the thing is, most cultures, Hindu cultures tend to cremate the body. Just toss in the wife with them. This was back in the day, okay? So you can't judge us based on this.
No, I can't. Listen. I can't. Shit happened at Salem. All right, I can't. I can't judge. It's just one of those.
Salem's like a Disney Channel story compared to the shit that's happened here. So
no, apparently, Jesus. Wow.
So it was quite so during the British occupation, the Brits and a couple of Indians, Brits realized what the fuck's going on here. They banned it. They banned it, and that resulted in the practice where you forcefully pull out the hair of a widow.
Oh.
Which was banned later on.
That's, and again, another good thing to ban.
Yeah. In a way, it's like I'd say it's necessary for stuff like this. People like when it was initially going to be banned, people brought up it's traditional, it's part of our religion's argument, or it's part of my tradition, our culture. Which to a certain extent you can allow certain things. Like let's say me wearing certain clothes is part of my culture, me fasting for something, or me doing something that doesn't hurt another individual is part of my culture, understandable. But the moment it goes into hurting other people.
Yeah, for like, because that's the thing about spirituality and rules and all that. It's just like, well, at what point are you putting this on someone who isn't, if it's not a belief, if they don't believe it, at what point are you just inflicting violence and justifying it using spirituality? It's a particular line to walk, but in my particular opinion, it's kind of no violence is justifiable under spirituality. But that's for me, I guess. So some people are different, but I think that's not a particularly controversial take.
Oh yeah, and another thing we have is, I don't know if this is still present. What is IPC, Indian Penal Code 3 and 6? Yeah, I think it's still present. So, okay, yeah, it's still present. Section 309 of the Indian Penal Code. So, if you attempt to off yourself, I'm not going to use the word because YouTube's kind of picky about that.
Right. Yeah.
You shall be punished with a simple imprisonment of a term which is about a year, or with a fine, or both.
Huh.
But since 2018, it's kind of been limited because you had to prove if you have any mental disorder, you could be exempt from this punishment.
Huh. I guess so. It's like if you're trying to do it to get out of debt.
No, that's a different law.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like how to put, if you're mentally not capable of making decisions, as in the entire one of the it's like the insanity plea.
Right.
In cases like that, you shall be exempt. However, if not, let's say I think depression doesn't fall under that because depression you're still kind of under control, or officially still under control. Even though for all intents and purposes, I would say that you're not acting with a clear mind. But yeah, so it's pretty interesting. You go to prison for a year if you try to off yourself.
That is so weird. I guess the ability to get out of the punishment if you are mentally ill in that capacity and that is recognized by the state. I guess that kind of focuses the law towards people trying to get out of responsibilities, I suppose. Which
I think it's
I don't
more
necessarily agree with the punishment.
I don't agree with the punishment either. Think about this is many cases. It goes back to the more structured thing. The state over here has a lot of power over individual lives. I don't know. I think that there was a debate. I don't think they revoked this law, but cheating on your spouse is a crime. It's a criminal offense.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, mean, it's a shitty thing to do.
Yeah, it's a shitty thing to do, but I personally think the state has no right to, poke their noses into places where it doesn't belong.
Because that is just like explicitly a private relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a little weird.
It's like I don't think many of these laws were enacted during either during the British occupation, like British India, or predates that. I mean, stuff that's, come on, you don't need stuff like that anymore.
Right.
See, are you a scumbag for cheating on your spouse? Yes, but does the state have to imprison you? No.
Right.
Just get a divorce. Your spouse gets everything. Job done.
Right. Yeah, and what counts as cheating?
Yeah, I don't know about that because
like
an open relationship could be considered cheating in a way.
So then like polyamory as a whole kind of then is also, I suppose, under this specific definition of law.
Okay, so okay, so I stand corrected that law was was part of the Indian Penal Code until the Supreme Court removed it on September 2018.
Oh, okay, so it's no longer a thing.
It's no longer in effect. Yeah, I stand corrected over there, but
the fact that it did exist until 2018 though is also,
yeah, that's wild.
It's the fact that it happened is enough to highlight something interesting. Good that they removed it though.
Okay, so the thing about polygamy is it's allowed for certain religious minorities.
Yeah. So you could practice it and be exempt on religious basis.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
Yeah. No, it's practically being implemented as well. So that, and even that, I kind of disagree on a fundamental basis because you argue that everyone's equal, but only one group can practice polygamy, and that kind of sounds like not everyone's equal.
No, that is kind of, that does feel like more than a little fucked, because like it's right, you can practice it completely secularly, and it's becoming increasingly popular in the West to practice secularly.
From my understanding, polygamy causes more problems than causes and solves. Like, see, if you can handle it, in a way, if it's good for you, go for it. But I've seen the worst of it. So I spent quite a huge chunk of my childhood in the Middle East. Where I won't say it's common practice because most of the people didn't really have multiple wives. That's a myth. Like the one where all of them had multiple wives, that's a myth.
Yeah, I feel like that's, even just from a population standpoint, it's kind of impossible to.
Think about that. Yeah, in a way, yes. Think about but the polygamy I've seen is powerful families. So it creates a toxic environment where co-wives, or I don't know what to call them, sister wives, co-wives. Yeah, whatever. They tend to have internal rivalry on whose child gets close to the father.
Oh, right.
Or another thing is when they feel snubbed by their husband, they tend to take their anger on their domestic servants. It's so I'm like, yeah, I don't think it's healthy for these people to be practicing that.
Right. No, it's and I suppose it's not. Again, it's not my place to judge, but I mean, beating, like domestic abuse is generally not a good thing. So I think in this specific case, I'm justified in saying that I think that particular practice of polygamy is not exactly healthy, and
for certain people.
Right. Yeah. Or is prone to unhealthiness, and again, certain people. But again, each their own, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'll admit, my perspective on the world is rather narrow by comparison.
I see, but things we're all entitled to our opinions.
True. I would like to. It would be really cool to like globe hop a lot more one day. Just like live places, see things, kind of like because it's really cool to like learn about people and learn about things and stuff that happened and like objects that are very like historically significant. It's very cool. So I'd like to do that one day. If I could ever take a sabbatical for any reason, I would probably do that.
Yeah, the first thing I'd advise you is get used to the heat.
Oh no, yeah,
Because that's one of the things that people find tough. Like most of the however unique cultures that you might come in contact with happen to exist in extremely warm climates.
yeah, yep.
For example, the humidity. I spent my childhood in the Middle East, a dry desert. But the place where I'm staying right now, and the place my family is from, is a tropical environment. The humidity. I've been here for about. I did my university in a different city, still tropical, so about 7 years, and I still can't get over the humidity.
No, yeah. In my little corner of frozen hell, it's not really hot or humid, so so I feel like I would be bothered by that. But I think I'd suck it up for the, 'cause you can't complain about everything all the time.
Yeah, that's true. But humidity is a pain. Trust me on that.
Right.
It gets you all sticky. And when you mix pollution with humidity, it gets worse.
Oh, right.
Mix air pollution with humidity, it gets much worse.
It's like swimming in constant dirty water.
Yeah.
That does sound a little disgusting.
It's extremely disgusting. Take it from me. But if you like shower like let's say 3 times a day, you'll be fine.
True. I suppose a cold shower would be. Is that a popular thing over there? Because people do it here, but people are more into hot showers here.
Okay, so the cold shower is pretty popular over here. It's like it's hot, you want a cold shower.
Right. No, that makes sense. Huh. Interesting. It's like the little things about culture and geography and places. Because you don't think about that, I think, normally outside of like this kind of conversation.
Yeah. Another thing is if you look at most of the among the hundreds of cultures over here, with the exception of the ones from let's say colder parts of the country, the ones in the warmer part, alcohol consumption isn't that culturally popular.
Oh, right, because it makes you feel warm.
Yeah.
So you don't want to be warmer.
Yeah.
You would like.
It's become popular recently due to one specific thing, but it's still not culturally accepted to go home drunk.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
I'd say it's thousands of years of history versus 20 years, about 40 years of alcoholism.
Right.
I
guess,
yeah, go ahead.
I guess good. That, I mean, coming home like shit-faced isn't exactly.
Okay, think about it. I was gonna go to that part. It's actually getting more common, even though it's not culturally accepted. So what happens is, many people find this fascinating. The Indian government owns companies, not agencies, companies.
Interesting. So it's like a complete, like it's just straight up diving straight into the private sector, just owning.
It's like nationalized companies, and they compete against the private sector. And let's say, I know what to bring up: metallurgy, defense, so on. In fact, in a way, I'd argue that the Indian government has a monopoly on defense over here. I mean, defense contracting.
Huh.
Okay, so the point I was going to make was tobacco, according to the structure, tobacco is controlled by the central government. That's like equivalent to the federal government, by a company known as Indian Tobacco Company.
Mm-hmm.
And alcohol distribution is controlled by individual state governments. Production could be privatized, but highly regulated.
I'd almost argue that that's.
So that kind of causes an issue because normally governments tend to want people to drink less.
Right. Yeah.
Especially when you have a nationalized healthcare system. Even though this one isn't that great, it's pretty bad, but still we have a nationalized healthcare system. So now to reduce expenses over there, you want your population to stay healthy.
Right. You don't want your you don't want to have to shell out 1 million livers to a million alcoholics.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
That's
but in this case, it kind of creates a weird conflict of interest because most of them are drunks. Most of them are drunks due to one simple thing: the state government makes money from alcohol. In fact, all money made from alcohol goes to the state government.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say they want to fund a program. Let's say they want to fund something like, this is pretty popular in my state. Give people free shit, as in give them televisions. I'm not joking. That actually happens. It's actually pretty beneficial to be poor over here, even though I don't want to be one. The government just gives you free shit.
That's cool.
It kind of sucks because my taxpayer money being used to buy televisions for people. For people who's see, if it goes into, let's say, educating the poor, I don't mind. If it goes into improving public schooling, I'd be happy. If it goes into buying televisions, microwaves, and walls, they give up smartphones and laptops for the poor. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. What are you doing with my money? I would rather give my money to an orphanage than give it to these guys, if that's how it is. You get what I mean, right?
No, I think I can. I think I kind of get what you're
saying. I would do charity instead of giving it to these guys because, I'm like, these guys are just gonna waste it on useless stuff. They're just gonna buy useless stuff.
I think in the interest of like if that money is going to be used to purchase these goods to then give to right, the disadvantaged, I think that maybe it would be better almost to just instate a universal basic income then, almost.
No, we kind of have that, but thing is, how I put. Okay, so the system, like the free shit system, works in a way that if you're unemployed, the government takes care of you. So why be unemployed?
Oh, so it's like welfare.
It's like welfare but on steroids. See, welfare, to an extent, from my understanding, most countries operates in the way where they get you on your feet.
Right.
Here it's like we give you free shit, you do what you want. Please vote for us in the next state election. So yes. So what happened was all this free shit, money had to come from somewhere. They took loans from the central government. I'm just talking about my state. It's not a template for every other state, but just my state.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think chat will be bored of the story right now, but chat, I have to tell the story. It's like, it's got us, it makes me feel better.
Mm-hmm.
So it goes something, like I complain about this because the money I pay as taxes always goes to this. So what happened was that, there was a politician. I'm not gonna say her name because her fans will come in and kill me. She came up with a plan where she'll give free shit to people for votes. Worked like a charm, so that resulted in the opposition promising more free shit if they win. It was like it was a sad parody of what the Cold War's arms race was. It's a sad part of that. Like, they kept promising free shit. And, money has to come from somewhere. The first thing is they took loans from the central government. And when the central government realized that these guys ain't gonna pay back their loans, they said no after a certain time.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's no, we're not gonna give you free shit. So that's when things get a bit more insidious. The state government has full control over the distribution of alcohol, and any money made from the distribution of alcohol goes to the state government. The central government has no say in that. However, our taxes, 50%, like taxes on, let's say, goods and services, 50% goes to the government, central government, 50% goes to the state government. However, due to the fact that these guys have defaulted on their loans, 100% of my taxes I pay for, let's say, a tub of ice cream goes to the central government.
Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah, see, I don't really mind because my state's government is pretty terrible when it comes to money.
Huh. I mean, is it still like working for you? Like, is it like does the does the state government still operate, and
Yeah, yeah, it's because the political parties over here, in many political parties are dynasties. As in the father dies, the son takes over.
Hmm.
So it's like, and so they just continue the same shit. See, so when the state government ran out of funds, they came up with, what if we get people to buy more alcohol? We can fund our government, we can buy them free shit, and whatever money we give them, like, and whatever welfare they get from the central government just comes back to us as alcohol money.
Hmm.
And
That
thus,
is
the culture of alcoholism was born. See, I drink. I don't mind people drinking. I think it's perfectly acceptable. But going home shit-faced drunk and just not being productive. I think that's you have some issues if that's your life.
I mean, I suppose to each their own. I mean, I'm not someone who does that regularly, but I mean, everybody has their bad months or years or.
Yeah, see, that I understand. But one thing is that government shouldn't encourage that.
Right. No, that's completely reasonable. Promoting some sort of unhealthy lifestyle through government, like through some form of government pipeline, could be considered corruption in some capacity.
It's kind of on that line between corruption and what governments normally do.
Right. Yeah.
So
That's just the nature of modern government.
Yeah. My state's government. And so we've reached a point where people get money, they go drink, they go home, they scream at the wife. The wife gets drunk, she beats up her husband. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
And the most efficient thing my state government has ever run is the alcohol distribution network.
Wow.
Even when when we had hurricanes, I think we call them tornadoes. I think we call them cyclones over there. Over here, it's something similar to hurricanes.
Mm-hmm.
The alcohol distribution network was running.
That's annoying. That's just ugh.
The most efficient organization in the Indian government, not the state government, the Indian government as a whole. Alcohol distribution.
Yeah, like I can talk. Yeah. You want to talk about weaponized and efficient unhealthiness?
McDonald's.
Fast food lobbying in the U.S.
No, we have something similar to that over here.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. They've got their hands in everything.
I'm not talking about McDonald's. I'm talking about. So, the thing is, there's this entire anti-Western company thing over here, going on over here. Pretty popular.
Okay.
Like, Indians love protectionist economies.
Right,
because they don't want to compete against quote-unquote foreign powers that want to corrupt our society, which I think is total bullshit. If you need a foreign presence to motivate you to develop better.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say, we have a health department, as most countries do. That every now and then people lobby against the health department coming and checking up the stores. So what we do is
just clean your store.
Nah, don't put your muddy hands on my food. But the funny thing is, those are the foods that taste good. I don't know why.
I don't. Just clean your store, bro.
So yeah, another thing. So what happens is, and any governmental structure, the state governments and the federal government never gets along.
Right.
But the thing is, here it goes one step further, because each state government in a way is a different culture. It's a different country with a distinct culture. So they always weaponize that. That like these foreigners come into our place and tell us what to do. Like I'm like, first of all, they ain't foreigners.
Like dog, we're all the same country, bro.
Yeah, we're the same. Oh yeah. So what happens is the same sentiment gets. The entire anti-immigrant policy thing. I'm not going to go into is it good or bad, but it's something that's present. Like, people dislike foreign workers.
Right. I think that's
it's a common thing. So the thing about here is each state is a different culture. Its own unique identity. So people over here dislike those that come from other states to work over here. On the basis that they're quote-unquote stealing our jobs.
Okay, so there's that's an interesting rhetoric, I suppose. It's
Yeah,
a
it's
cultural difference.
it's fascinating because we're not racist against foreigners that much. We're racist against each other.
Yeah, it is kind of funny how every place has different racism. You know what I mean?
If
Like,
the thing is, I'd say the Western racism is pretty tame compared to the shit we have here.
no, doesn't
It's
make it better, but
it's improved. It's improved. I'm not gonna say that it's only getting worse. It's improved considerably since back in the day. Back in the day, meaning I don't know, the 1940s. Since then, it's improved drastically, but it's still present.
right.
So there's this entire language thing on. You have to speak my language if you come to my state.
Oh, so it's like
Speak English. Thank you.
probably not. It's probably not the exact same thing. But it's like the Cantonese versus Mandarin.
Kinda, not exactly, because the Cantonese versus Mandarin is the okay, China doesn't watch YouTube, so I can speak whatever. So the Chinese government, the CCP, wants to implement Mandarin as a universal language for all Chinese.
Right.
Over
So it's
here,
more of a state mandated thing as
yeah,
opposed to a culturally.
yeah. So over here, it's more of if you come to my state, don't speak your own language, speak my language, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, officially, the only language that's used in India in official capacity for government documents is English.
Interesting.
Because that's the language we all can agree upon to use.
Right. It's like just like we all mutually dislike this one. We may as well use it for
Yeah, so let's use it. Because you choose one Indian language over the other, the next thing you know, half the states are in revolt. Or the dumbest shit possible.
I guess I can see it, like hometown pride or whatever.
It's more toxic than that. It's considerably more toxic than that. It's reached a point where I know that I'm inching towards controversial territory. Like my state has a couple of people of the same ethnic group in Sri Lanka. I mean, a few like a considerable Sri Lankan population is the same ethnic group as the people in my state right now.
Oh.
And back in I think it was from the 70s till the 90s, there was a civil war in Sri Lanka, which involved child soldiers and all those, the messed up stuff.
Right.
The thing was, it was actually, I'm not, like, if I'm gonna go too deep into it, it started off as an Indian plan to destabilize Sri Lanka because they were getting close to Chinese. I'd say that was a dumb move because you could have just paid the Sri Lankans to come to your side. You ended up spending more training and insurgency than actually, buying their loyalty. So anyway, so what happened was, the funny thing is, the insurgents in Sri Lanka realized that, holy shit, we have an entire state full of people who are the same ethnic group as us. What if they become part of our new state? And I find it amusing that the Indian intelligence agency never thought about this situation, because that's the first thing I would think about. Okay, so there was an insurgency. One of our prime ministers was killed. The messed up thing is that terrorist organization was seen as heroes by many people in the state.
Huh.
It's like that guy, the guy who hit the twin towers, was seen as a hero in, let's say, some part of USA.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's how it is.
And sorry for making you dumb things down to filthy American terms, but that's odd. That's interesting.
No, it's like you have, and the thing is, even if you go to, let's say, the poorer parts of the city where I live in, you can still see the flags around, even though they are now a defunct organization.
Mm-hmm.
You can still see the flags around.
It's like the Confederacy.
No, it's worse than the Confederacy, because the Confederacy was messed up, but they didn't kill, let's say, Ronald Reagan or President Bush Sr. You get what I mean, right? These guys killed the prime minister. I think that was in the late 80s, early 90s. So pretty new.
So it's very much it's like an elevated form in the modern era.
Yeah, I won't call them the Confederacy because, see, in the way, I don't know how to put it. The Confederacy, in a way, was a homegrown their ideas were flawed. The ideas were highly unethical. no man has the right to, no human has the right to own another human being. But what I'm trying to say is that even before the formation, it was created by due to popular support.
Mhm.
It wasn't, let's say, an external insurgency which found common ground in your territory.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that is. I mean, obviously, comparing individual tragedies to
Yeah,
other
it's true.
tragedies is always going to breed some form of issue.
Yeah, true.
So, no, yeah, that's.
Another thing about controversy is I think they became popular in the, let's say, post World War II era. Or no, post World War II 1 era.
Right.
Was it during the second clan? I think it was the second clan, right? The KKK's second iteration.
Yeah, the early 20th century saw
Yeah.
resurgence in the
Yeah.
a lot. And they're still around.
No, they're still around. See, think about organizations like that. Even this organization, the Sri Lankan organization with roots over here, they're called the LTT. They're still present. Like, you go to some of the poor parts of the country, of the city, you still see their flags around. You still see posters of their leader. In public spaces, by the way. You still see guys who went, chilled out with them during the war, roam around free.
It's very like I don't really.
It's I'm just pointing it out to highlight that that's the amount of differences there are between different parts of the country.
Right.
As in, we couldn't even find a common. The only common enemy we can find is Pakistan. And that's because of a whole set of events that getting it requires its own stream. I need like a huge timeline for that.
Right. No, that is a hell of a geopolitical issue that you could talk about for literal hours.
Yeah. Another thing is, this is a little less well-known fact. The guys in Afghanistan, I think I'll just call them that for the time being.
Okay, right, yeah.
The extremely controversial, unrecognized Afghani government. Their ideology came from here.
Really?
They were okay. Their school of thought was actually part of the independence movement in India, during British India. So the thing is, if you note, like, think about them, is they weren't really popular among other extremist groups of their faith.
Right.
Due to one simple thing, because they were racist. They were racist against other people of the same faith. Other extremists of the same faith, because they kind of mixed a level of nationalism with their Islamic extremism.
Right.
Which kind of alienated, let's say, extremists of other ethnic groups. And that thing came out of independence movement, like part of the independence movement in India, like one of the fringe extremist elements which looked into an India for people of this specific faith. And this ethnic group sort of thing. Which got passed on to certain extremist groups in Afghanistan.
Interesting.
Something we never talk about, for obvious reasons.
I mean, I wouldn't.
I'm like, yes, we created that. We created those guys.
Just like, I mean, I suppose in some way, it's just the way that ideas disseminate across
true.
a global stage, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I guess I can't be like, well, you guys really screwed up there. Like, it's just a dude going from one place to another place.
Not true. Another thing is how it would. See, if let's say the extremist Afghan ideology was still prevalent in India, I'd say we screwed up. But this is ancient history by this point. So there's nothing wrong with teaching kids about this, if you ask me. And when I say kids, I mean people in university.
Right.
Because if you don't learn from the past, you're condemned to repeat it.
Yep, that's the old saying. It's been beaten in, but it's still true.
Yeah. And we have our own versions of KKK. They don't wear white hoods, and they're not white supremacists. But we have our own versions of any extremist group. We have our version of it.
Yeah,
and that's how diverse we are. In a way, it's like we're a continent of our own. It's like, imagine the EU became a country of its own.
Right. That's what a lot of people forget. I think is that's the Indian subcontinent.
Yeah. And the entire idea of a unified India was more of a British thing.
Right, because it's easier for the British to manage one
Yeah.
India than a number of small Indias.
Then 100 and something smaller states.
Right.
And we just went with it because, we found common ground. We decided to build, this is one thing many people here, and I'm quite sure many people in the States would love to disagree with it, but I'd say both our countries have one common thing.
Mhm.
We were built upon common ideas than a common ethnic or social background.
Oh, true. Yep.
Like,
Especially considering like well, I'll provide the United States is a country of immigrants in many cases. However, it's also a country of natives. It's also a country of people who were brought here against their will. And though there are a million different things that are different about these people. However, we're all under the same government for some reason, and it's a reason that is largely arbitrary these days. So it's I think that considering what you've posed so far, that's a reasonable
yeah, that's one of looking at that. Another thing I'll say is what's keeping the country together is a commonly shared identity. As in, it's not something that inherently exists. It's something we believe in.
Mm-hmm.
As in, let's say
Yeah.
the ideas that made the United States, like freedom and democracy, the ideas that make us is something similar. Made India is something similar.
Right. Right.
Yeah, is there a lot of things that could improve? Yes, but are these endeavors that should have been implemented historically? Yes, they are.
Hmm.
Because I could practice whichever religion I want as long as it does not involve sacrificing children to something.
True. True. Yeah. No, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Religious freedom and all that.
I can't choose to be non-religious like what I am without facing any repercussions.
Right.
I can write anything without facing any repercussions from the government. The people are a different thing.
Mm-hmm. Right. At least the state won't be breathing down.
No, the state is pretty liberal. It's just another thing about democracy is the state is basically what the people choose.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'll be honest, many people always bring up voter fraud, but voter fraud is pretty minimum.
Mm.
In most democratic countries. I mean, real democratic countries. There are those that claim to be democratic, but they have voter fraud. Like, I'm not gonna put names, but yeah, you know what? They're banned on YouTube as well. Yeah, Russia is one of those. So I can say that without being picked, without the FSB coming to my door.
Yeah.
Now, see, by the time he reaches my door, I would have gotten a call, like, if he reaches, let's say, 100-mile radius, I get a call. It'll be like, there's a white person searching for you.
Yeah, it seems like it seems to be an open secret. They're basically autocratic. It's not a coincidence that a former KGB, like...
Okay, the funny thing about him is he doesn't claim he's not a KGB field agent, as he claims.
No, true. I'm pretty sure that was just to make himself look cooler. I'm pretty sure he was somewhere in the middle management or something of it.
Oh, he was a pencil pusher.
Love that.
See, there's nothing wrong with being a pencil pusher.
True.
It's a respectable job, but pretending to be James Bond is...
It's a little silly.
Yeah, it's childish.
Very silly.
It's childish. So his entire job... Okay, so from what I could figure out, thanks to his recent misadventures, a lot of his dirty secrets are coming out.
Misadventures?
I don't know how else to put it. He thought he can invade a country in 3 days. What the fuck is wrong with you? Without any plan, you just walk in and there they surrender.
I suppose that's one way to refer to it. But no, yeah. I mean, obviously, do I know everything about the man?
No, I to be honest, I don't even think he knows everything about himself.
I mean, who can
know
everything about themselves?
Okay, so from what I could figure out about him, was that he was a pencil pusher, which is a perfectly respectable job. There's nothing wrong with being a pencil pusher. I'm technically a pencil pusher in IT,
as long as you don't lie about it.
Yeah, as long as you don't lie about it, it's fine. See, a pencil pusher is one of the best jobs because you don't have to go out in the field, for lack of better words.
You're not like literally fighting for your life every day.
Yeah.
You're doing forms. Like it's
So he started off as a I don't know how to put it. He started off as the lookout for the KGB in Moscow. Just follow a couple of foreigners, report what they're doing. He got transferred to Dusseldorf as a person who handled the records. So back in the day, before internet was a thing, newspapers were physically printed. But those who were too young to know that. And every intelligence agency had a department where they manually cut out articles of interest and filed it.
that's what he did.
Yeah, Lieutenant Colonel Vladimir Putin did that in Dusseldorf.
Man.
Because come on, he's what 5'5". Yeah, I don't like short shaming people, but he's 5'5" in Germany. Of course he's gonna be a spy. Of course he's a spy. Everyone knows that. Come on, they're not gonna be like unless he's undercover in a preschool in Germany. That's a pretty bad disguise.
No, true. It's just like, well, who's this very short, tiny? Yeah,
Who's this tiny man who speaks with a Russian accent?
Surely he is not a spy. Surely he is not someone who is who is not from here. Surely he is not a foreigner. Ein Ausländer.
Oh, and why is he wearing a Russian model? Why is he wearing the KGB uniform? Oh yeah, funny thing is, this is one thing I find weird about the Soviet bloc. Every agency had a uniform, even the ones that don't need a uniform.
Huh. I suppose that's the Stalin showing through.
Possible.
His uniform.
Okay, so yeah, he cut
a lot of other things, but his uniform too.
Yeah. Okay, so Putin basically just cut out articles and filed it. And I'm quite sure the Stasi, that's the East German secret police, weren't really fond of him because okay, this is a well-recorded thing. The Stasi were considered one of the most efficient secret polices in the world.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But they were extremely, they had a couple of KGB handlers sent by Moscow because Moscow didn't really trust the Germans to oversee them, and the Stasi felt kind of annoyed by said people. See, you're good at your job, then you have an incompetent moron looking over your neck, over your head. What would you do?
Right.
I'm quite sure that's how Putin's, German co-workers felt about him.
Right. Yeah.
So,
no one likes middle management.
Yeah, exactly. So after that, when the Soviet Union was going to collapse, Putin kind of took a neutral stance on it, which kind of pissed off both sides. In certain things, it's better to pick a side. It's gamble.
Right.
But he had a gamble.
Yeah.
So he kind of resigned because he knew he was going to get screwed over.
Right.
Then he gets into politics, becomes mayor of Moscow. Does a decent job, not gonna take that away from him. And his entire stint about being the director of the Federal Security Bureau, that's the successor of the KGB. That thing was, how to put, highly exaggerated. He was an acting director temporarily.
Right.
That's it. Then he was selected as Boris Yeltsin's prime minister, I guess, or second handpicked successor.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when the cult of Putin grew. He's like, what if I advertise myself as this badass KGB agent who makes James Bond look like a little girl? Like, fine, I need super yachts, I need a big house, I need watches, I need comics made up of myself. And that's true, by the way. I've read some of his comics.
No, yeah, in the remember in early, not really early, but
mid 2000s.
Yeah, mid 2000s, 2010s internet. How you'd see the pictures of Putin riding bears and shit. There's a reason why people were like, man, that dude fucking fights and rides bears. That's cool. They're just he's trying to make himself like Chuck Norris.
Exactly. Exactly. Even though he's I don't know. How old is Putin? 60 something, close to 70.
Right. Yeah, by now.
Yeah, think about him as, act your age.
Just an old dude.
He's an old dude.
Yeah.
He's 69. He's 69 years old. He's an old dude. accurate, you know. But yeah, the funny thing is he's written books. He's written a couple of books.
Certain books.
He has written
I
books.
wonder if they're particularly good.
No.
I wonder if it's
No, from what I know, see, there are 5 books in his name. 4 of them are basically speeches rewritten.
oh, delightful.
And then there's a textbook called Judo History, Theory, and Practice,
Hmm.
which is now a sought after collector's item because you know.
I mean, anything with someone famous's name on it is a collector's item by now.
It's collector's item because it's written by the quote unquote president of Russia.
Right? The same dude who's been
Riding bears. Riding bears. And another thing about Putin is, I don't know how many women he slept with, but I'm quite sure he's paid most of them. Even that came out, and not the payment thing. That's just me poking it, but he's cheated on his wife multiple times. Not like I can't judge. I don't know what arrangement they had, but he has 2 legitimate children, and he has at least 1, 2, 4 illegitimate kids. Confirmed. We don't know if there are no more out there.
I mean,
so he's
taking a cue from the comic.
You never know. The thing is, he's a crusty old man who likes younger women. That's it.
Yep.
He's not that as KGB agent. Like, see, think about real intelligence agencies. They look like ordinary people. They don't ride $50 million yachts. They don't own palaces. They don't wear expensive watches.
Right.
They look like ordinary people. They are ordinary people. All intents and purposes. They're supposed to blend in, not stick out.
Oh, who's the leader?
Leader of what?
I'm trying to remember what country in his name. He didn't use air conditioning because if the people below him couldn't use it, then he thought that he shouldn't be able to either.
Let me check. Let me check.
Let me see if I can't dig a little to find it.
I think I know this guy. Is he from my place?
I do not believe he's from where you are from.
Because there's a communist leader from my country, not my place. He takes air conditioning away from his office as a publicity stunt. Not because of any inherent thing. He took it away because people are speculating that he's quote unquote moved away from the communist cause. Like, I'm as communist as you guys because I don't want air conditioners. I'm like, how many of you communists have read the Communist Manifesto? Seriously. Me, an ardent capitalist, has read the book. It's what?
But minority, I suppose. No, but I think I'm pretty sure he was killed in a CIA-backed coup in the late 90s.
Was he captured by the CIA? Was he killed by the CIA? Because
it's a good question.
Because is it Che Guevara?
No, it wasn't Che.
Because Che hated baths, as far as I'm aware.
Right.
He hated washing himself.
No, it was a completely different guy. I could have.
Europe or South America?
I believe he's from Africa, actually.
Africa. Okay. I think we're going into crazy territory right now. There's nothing wrong with Africans. Just some of the dictators were batshit crazy.
Oh no, yeah. But,
There's Idi Amin, who's let me just get his full title.
Oh, Thomas Sankara.
Thomas Sankara.
Yeah.
Burkina Faso. Okay. Oh yeah, communist.
Yep. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Africa's Che Guevara.
The Republic of Upper Volta. Yeah. No, I just know he's Very cool dude.
Upper Volta was a German colony.
Yeah.
But it was French. Sorry, I stand corrected. It was a French colony.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was Yeah, this was in what was it?
Okay, where's Idi Amin's full name? This is something I haven't said on stream. This is gonna get pushed. What is Idi Amin's title? The self-bestowed title. Okay, this was the quote-unquote president of Uganda, and practically a dictator.
Mm-hmm.
And I shall quote his full title, which he gave to himself. His Excellency, President for Life, Field Marshal Hal Haji Dr. Idi Amin Dada, VC DSO MCCBE, Lord of all the beasts of the earth and fishes of the sea, and conqueror of the British Empire in Africa in general and Uganda in particular. I don't know, but it just gives me Admiral General Aladdin vibes.
That is a phenomenal title.
Yeah, so the thing is, I don't think he's a Haji. Haji is a Islamic cleric.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a Haji, for God's sake.
You know what year this fellow was in office?
Who? Idi Amin?
Yeah,
Or Thomas Shankara?
Oh no, not Sankara.
Okay, Idi Amin was in office from when? I think it was pretty recent. Okay, from 1971 till 1979. And number of kids estimate is 43.
Wow. Okay, that's a lot of kids. This dude was 6'4". I don't know why I'm bringing that up. But...
that's extremely tall for a man from. Well, when was he born? 1925. For a man born 1925, that's tall.
Wow. Idi Amin.
Yeah, he's. Yeah, I would laugh, but the shit he's done is really messed up for me to laugh.
No, right. That's the.
He's like, he has a habit of picking the wrong side in any conflict.
Amin's rule is characterized by rampant human rights abuses, including political repression, ethnic persecution, and extrajudicial killings, as well as nepotism, corruption, and gross economic mismanagement. We love it.
I think he scratched everything on his bingo card when it comes to being a dictator.
Yeah, he's getting that.
No, say the only thing he is missing is he killed his relatives. What a guy. I'm like, how could people take him seriously? How could people, be like, yeah, that's my leader.
When he talks about all the fishes in the sea in his title.
I'm like, the funny thing is Uganda's landlocked. There's no access to the sea.
There's no fish.
They have a lake. They have a lake, but it's not the fish over there aren't from the sea.
Tell you that much. So I am curious, what got you into this whole rat race that we're into? The little VTubing rat race?
I lost a bet.
You lost a bet?
Yeah, I lost a I wouldn't say it's a bet, more of a dare.
Okay.
I was drunk, a friend suggested do it. I'm like, yeah, fine, I'll do it. And I started enjoying it.
Huh.
What about you?
What? So for me, in about April of last year, I was like super bored, turned on a Gargara stream, and then was just like, it's kind of banging. I'm kind of here for this. And then I watched Hololive and other VTubers until about November of last year, when on a whim I was like, I wonder if there's ways to do this for free. So then I looked it up in November of last year and I was like, okay, cool, but it's a lot of work. I'm gonna leave it for my winter break. And then over winter break, I fuel to the fire, crafted myself, and now here I am, doing it, living it. I'm having a really good time. So that's my VTubing backstory. But I think yours is actually a lot funnier.
They're like, what's the worst thing? I'm like, yeah, what's the worst thing that happen? Create a model, get in, get doing.
Right, yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, this thing's actually pretty good. Sure, there's a lot of drama in the VTubing community, but
Right. There's
I
only as much drama as you surround yourself with.
yeah, that's true. I see. The thing is, I see it around me, but it's never exactly affected me in any way.
Right.
And the worst I've seen would be, there's child grooming, but that's not directly affected me. It's just that I've tried. I think it was 1 or 2 cases that I was involved in stopping.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of sad because you have like a shit ton of decent people, and then you have a couple of these monsters that ruin it for everyone.
Right, who like look fine on the outside, but are just like absolutely.
Yeah, the funny thing is, one of the cases that also one thing was actually, I'm not gonna go into names or anything because both the involved parties were minors, so don't want to bring it up. A 17-year-old and a 12-year-old. Pretty tricky into the second that really weird space where it's not illegal, but it might as well be illegal.
Right, it's like, yeah, no.
Nah,
that doesn't even fit under Romeo and Juliet laws. That's outside of that.
So the thing is, both of them were from my country, VTubers. Not gonna give names because it's a pretty small community. So what happened was he kind of started harassing her, got a bit too sexual. I just asked around about him, and they're like, yeah, he's a creep, we know it. Like one of my friends, another Indian VTuber, she's like, yeah, he's a creep, you know it. You want the screen, you want the receipts. I'm like, yeah, I believe it's fine.
He like get ousted, like.
No, the thing is, okay, it goes back to our culture. We don't want to make ourselves look bad.
Oh.
We tend to wipe it on the bug. So see, I was threatening to blow the cover of the whole thing. I was threatening to get every involved party screwed over, unless something takes place. I'm like, all of you are protecting him, so all of you are equally responsible. One of my friends on the video, he kind of calmed me down and talked the whole thing over. Like, we kick him out, we make sure he doesn't have a platform, and we kind of know, and look out for kids.
Right. No, that's unacceptable.
Nah.
But I mean, hey, I guess better that you handled it in a better.
Nah, the thing is from his argument, which actually made a lot of sense, is are you gonna fight with the entire community over this?
Mm-hmm.
Like it'll be like you versus, let's say, 1 or 2 people who managed to commit suicide versus all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Because let's say the American scene or let's say the British scene or anywhere else, it's the whole community. Let's say someone gets outed, the whole community kind of piles upon them.
Right.
Here that wasn't the case. They're like, we'll handle it ourselves. We'll keep it quiet. We'll keep quiet about it. We don't want to ruin his life. I'm like, motherfucker, he's trying to ruin a kid's life.
Well, Doc, he already is ruining someone else's life.
Nah, the thing is, it's not like the first time he's done. He's done multiple.
Oh.
I won't say kids, but he's like harassed multiple women.
Oh, that's disgusting.
I'm like, nah, he hasn't harassed me because one thing I noticed is, okay, it goes. I don't know. Maybe this is an Indian thing, but Indian men don't harass women who fight back. You just if you think they're getting a bit too harassy or feel uncomfortable. This is like advice to everyone. If you feel someone's making you uncomfortable, let them know. Okay, if don't consider, don't go into the idea where I don't want to sound rude. If they make you uncomfortable, let them know. If they still proceed with that, there's nothing wrong in being aggressive.
Right. I mean, the boundaries have been set.
Yeah.
If they're not following the boundaries, simple as. No, but I'm sorry that you had to.
Nah, it didn't really affect me. So it didn't really. I wasn't directly involved. Just that I happened to stumble upon it. You do. The dumb thing is, this guy tweeted everything. That's how I stumbled upon it. I'm like, what? So I called up a friend of mine who happens to be a cop, and he's like, yeah, it's disturbing, but then he's not a cop from this guy's state. He's a cop from my state, but the laws are similar. He's like, yeah, this is disturbing, but they cannot prosecute right now. But give him a few months, he'll turn 18. Yeah, they'll take care. Local law enforcement will take care of it.
Oh.
Because people like that, people who are pretty open about stuff like this, they tend to get caught easily.
I mean, it's not even like they're trying to hide it.
Yeah. The thing is, I should feel bad, but I don't feel bad because in a state, people, the cops are known to shoot.
Mm-hmm.
So it's possible that, I don't know, they could, make him permanently go to sleep, but like extrajudicial killing is pretty popular in that state.
Wow.
Because legal proceedings take a long time over here. Any case.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like,
Right.
they're like, no, like say if you're a cop, okay, you're a new cop. You come across a messed up case like this. The guy's gonna be in prison for like 10 years. Like, he's not gonna be in prison, he's gonna be in lockup for like 10 years.
Yeah.
I'm not justifying extrajudicial killings, I'm just saying what goes on in their head. Yeah, like, wouldn't it be better if we just rid the world of this monster?
Yeah. I mean, okay. So, like, the person who doesn't like pedophiles in me is saying, yeah, do it. Fuck them up. But, like, the part of me that's like, well,
This could escalate into something else.
it's got to go through the process and everything. But, no, yeah, fucking kill them. Anyway.
I know, this took a pretty dark turn.
Yeah, a little bit. I do kind of hope that I do not ever step on the landmine that is that kind of situation.
It's better you don't, because the thing is, it kind of gets tricky because everyone is anonymous.
Right. Yeah.
So you don't know who's telling the truth, who's lying.
So, like, at one point, you just straight up kind of have to dox someone in order to know.
I made sure I never crossed that line because the reason I use a voice change is because I don't want anyone doxing me, and I believe that everyone has. And I don't want to be a hypocrite here. You know, get what I mean, right? If I'm gonna be that secretive about my identity, I believe that everyone else has the right to keep their identity secret.
No, I definitely think that, like, especially in this community, in a lot of ways, it's mutually assured destruction.
Yeah.
Because as easily as you could dox someone can just as easily dox.
And it's like a line that we don't cross.
Actually, so
it's a line we shouldn't cross.
Like, I don't. Absolutely no. It is the bare minimum of like the rule. You know what I mean? Like, even when I was super into like Hololive for a while, like, it was just kind of like an unspoken rule that you just kind of try not to.
Yeah, I avoided anything that involved doxes of this. Out of common courtesy.
Knew, but
no, see, another thing is I kind of figured out who Callie was because I've seen her pre-VTuber work. But I just made it a point never to talk about that, like.
Right, yeah. No, same. I just kind of like, for a while I was kind of like, interesting. But now I'm kind of like, well, duh. I mean, she's an artist. She wants to.
She's just a person like us. She deserves the same rights that we all have.
No, absolutely. I think that doing this has certainly helped my perception of stardom. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, celebrities are just people.
Yeah, true.
Like, and it's very important for a lot of people to like kind of come to recognize that, because standing and everything.
Yeah, the sad thing is many people don't recognize that. Like, for example, I actually found this thing extreme, the entire Rusia Hololive fiasco.
Oh god, the thing.
I was like,
horrifying.
I'm like, how is this a scandal? How is this supposed? I'm like, when I heard Hololive scandal, I'm like, see, whenever it's VTubing scandal, it's either a kiddie diddler, which scares me.
Mm-hmm.
It invariably happens to be a kiddie diddler or a doxer. I'm like, what happened now? I'm like, this thing's scary. Then I'm like, she's in a relationship. I'm like, big deal. She has a life outside this.
Yeah, right. Like, that's the insane thing about it to me.
Nah, she has a life outside this, so what's the whole thing? And see, in a way, I don't want to criticize the victim yet, but I think she handled it wrong.
Yeah, no, there was, like, in the reason that she got terminated, that her contract got terminated, is technically completely legitimate due to the fact that she did disseminate confidential info. It doesn't make it feel any better, but I suppose.
That's the thing is, I'd say like the many Hololive creators have accidentally leaked confidential information.
True, right?
Yeah,
So,
I think this just felt like an excuse because after a certain point, she kind of became a liability for them
right.
more than an asset.
I definitely think though that it was complete clown behavior to just kind of be like, no, the girlfriend persona. This is such an offense against me personally. Like,
I'm like, I'm like,
partner.
I'm like, dude, I'm like, see, just because you had a crush on, let's say, a cartoon character, doesn't mean she's into you because she doesn't exist. See, I'll be honest
Like,
here.
dog, she's not
See,
gonna fuck you, bro. She's
yeah,
not gonna
exactly,
fuck you.
exactly. See, the thing is, she's playing a character. I'm playing a character. You're playing a character to a certain extent.
What do you mean? I'm actually no. This is real. I am locked up by the U.S. government.
You being locked up by the U.S. government is is different.
A little bit.
I mean, Russia's playing a character. Let her play her character. And then
No,
the
yeah.
engagement ring thing, I'm like, I should have done that. That was my reaction. People are like, oh, that's so unethical. I'm like, I should have done that. I should have sold engagement rings to a couple of suckers.
That'd be kind of dope. Should just like if I ever reach a point where people care enough to buy shit from me, I'd send out like birthday cards. That'd be kind of funny.
Okay, a funny thing is, I on a season I actually send birthday cards to any of my clients that requested. So I make reroad clothing commissions as well.
Mhm.
So if it's let's say if it's a gift for someone, birthday card comes. You had a complimentary birthday card.
Right.
Not just to make them feel, just give them a more personalized feel.
Right.
Uh,
So
um,
that's the thing about booze.
After hearing the Russia thing, I'm still trying to figure out how to make engagement rings without without getting too. I don't mean physical. I mean like, see, why should I spend money on shipping when I can just sell them digital stuff? I don't want to make NFTs because I'm against NFTs.
No, yeah, same. But like the spirit of an NFT,
Yeah, the spirit of an NFT, just a PNG,
like a Mystic Messenger kind of vibe, maybe.
a GIF. A GIF would do it.
Perfect. It's like a little animation of like of a hand reaching out to your model, like doing like the little ring pop thing. It's like
There was that thing, and then there was when it came to Russia. I'd say the way her Japanese audience reacted was, I don't know. I'm like, I've seen say many creators have been quote unquote cancelled because they had a relationship, which I think is stupid. But
yeah, very dumb.
Russia's one was at least what I've seen the most toxic one.
No, yeah, especially because like according to her, she's not in a relationship. So then everyone who's saying like it's okay if she has a relationship, like yeah, it is okay if she has a relationship, but she doesn't have one. You know what I mean? Like it's not.
I mean, like her having a relationship or not is none of our concern. Like we shouldn't even be inching over there.
Right.
I mean,
the narrative just got so muddled so quickly that it kind of became impossible to please every audience again.
Not true.
Then
In a way, she could actually use this as revenge. She'd be like, instead of turning into the I care about my audience, you can turn into the dominant individual. In a way, I mean, a rebound would have been helped a lot over there, just from a purely business perspective.
No, true. It might have been beneficial to just kind of shift from
I'm everyone's girlfriend to yeah, watch me. I have a boyfriend. Watch me. Enjoy. You guys enjoy it, don't you?
Me and my boyfriend stream.
Yeah.
It's like a PNG tuber. On the stream.
Oh yeah, I actually did something. I did something like that with PNG of Elon Musk. When I talked about how see, I'm actually I don't like cryptos because I think they're highly speculative and not a great investment.
Frankly, they're also pretty much equally bad for the environment.
Yeah, that's there.
NFTs are, which is my main personal concern against them, is that it's completely arbitrary. It's just a get-rich-quick scheme for ultra-rich, super people who need more ways to launder money.
True.
So by making it the guise of like, oh, the common man can buy crypto,
Yeah, the common man can buy crypto and get poor. That's the deal.
Exactly, and waste their fucking money and never get it back.
No, the thing is, people will be like, the U.S. government controls the U.S. dollar, the Indian government controls the Indian rupee. I'm like, Yeah, that gives me more faith in said currencies.
Right?
I'm like, it's not Elon Musk's tweets that that control how much value what I have in my pocket. It really has.
True. No, how people look at the crypto and NFT economy and look at how it is tangibly affected by a few tweets and not be like, oh, that's dystopian. I don't want to touch that. It's like
No, the thing is,
insane to me.
it's basically a fear of missing out.
Yeah, right. After the whole GME thing,
Yeah,
right, with GameStop,
yeah.
people did tangibly get rich off of it. It
No, see,
really-
GameStop is different because GameStop is a company exists and was a
right,
and see the story that many people tend to ignore is the stock fell after a certain amount of time. It's just the initial
Right.
people who were involved in bringing down the big banks in Wall Street that got rich.
right. I think that they were like that specific event was very important to the
Yeah.
to
To
the
the
popularization of it.
to the how to put
Crypto and NFTs.
to the stay-at-home basement dwelling investor.
Yeah, the
I still live with my mom investor. Okay, see, I know that's rich coming from me. I still live with my grandmother lives with me.
it's all right. It's about the spirit of the
Yeah.
sentence. It's not about the actual.
No, the thing is, another less well known thing, like similar to GameStop, was there was the crypto the what called that investment bros at r/ Wall Street actually went against Wall Street again when it came to I think was it zinc or iron futures. I'm not sure.
Hmm.
So in a way, instead, like in a way, they could be considered a venture capital firm on their own. Not venture capital, investment, a hedge fund on their own. It's just
That's really the funniest.
it's just a decentralized it's just a decentralized hedge fund. That's it.
Right.
The entire thing that's just ordinary people, I'd say it's reached a point where it cannot be considered just ordinary people.
Mm.
Nothing wrong with that. They're excellent investors, they're doing their job. Hats off to them, but the entire thing where they're just investors like us, I'd say it's kind of false because these are guys who know their shit, who spend who can spend a considerable amount of time analyzing stocks and hedging against the mainstream mainstream investors.
Right.
The entire thing
Nice.
where the funny thing is, what was his name? Martin Crilly, right? The guy who's in prison for hiking up drug prices.
Mhm.
He used to be part of this community.
The like the Reddit investor community or
Yeah,
the
yeah.
VTuber community.
No, the Reddit investor community.
Oh, okay.
No, he would have been a terrible VTuber. I'll tell you that much.
What?
He would have been a terrible one. A terrible one.
Yeah.
It's a good thing he wasn't one because he would have got shit upon. I'm quite sure his entire chat would be that thanks to you, my mom couldn't afford medicine. And he'd be like, we live in a capitalist society, and there's nothing wrong with me exploiting the poor. Suck on it. That'll be him the whole time.
Whoa.
And he used to be on Twitch as well. Pretty popular on Twitch.
What if he had like a let me exploit you super chat? Like what about that?
No, so what he did was he talked about stocks. He did what I did, but he was more of an asshole.
Oh, of course.
See, me personally, I just give my thoughts, and I make it a point to be identify as a capitalist, but I make it a point not to exploit people.
Right, that is a I mean, I have personal feelings about the nature of capitalism and how it's inherently exploitative. But I mean,
It's inherently exploitative, but there are ways to
the intention is nice.
Yeah, there are ways to overlook how to put. See, it also I know I'm going to go back into my engineers. You also have my grandfather who was a communist but owned a business.
I mean, if we go back to utopian communism as opposed to scientific socialism, it's a slightly different. You could do that theoretically.
Theoretically, yeah.
Shared environment.
See, so a thing about communism in India, at least for people like my grandfathers, he came from a lower caste. So for people like him, communism was a way to escape, discrimination. As a system which says that we all are equal, would be against that.
Right, can't knock the hustle. Right.
Yeah. So so I personally I'm like okay with Medicare for all, but I think that it shouldn't be just rich people sponsoring. It should be everyone who sponsors it. Due to it's like a double system. It affects two things at the same time. The first thing is because it's fine. First thing is you need more money than what Bill Gates or Elon Musk has. The second thing is if people spend their own money on, let's say, healthcare, they're gonna be more quote unquote healthy because they know that. You get what I mean, right?
Like it's like they have a vested interest in the better health.
Yeah, exactly. And the second, another thing is like when it comes to healthcare, I would say a more decentralized system would be beneficial than a centralized system. As in, it's more it's more state-wise than, let's say, the federal government.
Yeah, maybe that might make sense because there's individual issues that could potentially.
Yeah, like there could be issues based on regions.
Like Nebraska has less issues with drowning than California does, for example. So. I
did not know that, but yeah, something like that. Or some areas are more prone to heart attack than others.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Okay, I suppose that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a thing that can be solved, but it's not just eat the rich that works so well. Sure, rich people have to be taxed. I'm not against that. I'm just saying that we all have to pitch in if we want a system beneficial for all of us.
Which is a reasonable assertion to make. I'll admit I'm a bit closer to the socialist side.
Nah, it's fine. The thing about me is just because we disagree doesn't mean we have to dislike each other.
No, yeah, and I think that here's the thing. So in my personal opinion, there's a bit of there's a little too much incendiary thought on the leftist space regarding like people, because at the end of the day, like it's not like we're not going like, let's say we get a revolution off the ground.
Okay, define revolution, because when you say revolution, I can see in two ways. One is a peaceful political change.
We're gonna talk Russian. Let's talk October. Let's talk October.
Okay.
There's a reason that didn't work, and it's because they alienated the people who had power, right?
Yeah.
You can't just take these people and say they are worthless individuals due to the fact that they
had money.
Yeah, because they have money. No, like that, like sure, they're in terms of the political system we're trying to put in place. Yeah, sure, they're actively working against that, but they are still human beings, and therefore should be treated with the decency required for that. And I think that's a humanitarian first approach to government, in my personal opinion.
That's a good way of looking at it. Thing about me and socialism is I've lived in I lived in a monarchy, a Milesian monarchy, and then a socialist democracy.
Right.
And thing about at least here is it's like the autocratic side is pretty less. Okay, like as I said, my government doesn't really prosecute people on the basis of dumb stuff. Like some individual states do it, but overall as a government they don't do it. The central government doesn't really get involved in all that.
Right.
The thing that concerns me is that give free stuff to anyone. It kind of turns into a spiral where you just vote for the guy who gives you the most.
Right, which is definitely. No, I was gonna say earlier when you mentioned it, that's a very interesting way that sort of vaguely socialist ideal has been co-opted into.
Okay, but thing about Indian socialism is it claims to be socialist, but it's more of a developmentalism. As in, it's an isolationist. How to put it? The government doesn't get involved in anything. In certain aspects, it's something like that. In certain aspects, it's extremely, a socialist in the sense that it's nationalized. As in, tobacco is nationalized, the defense industry is nationalized, and so on.
Right.
The oil industry, to an extent, is nationalized, even though there is private competition. And the private competition kind of exists because the guys who run it kind of fund the government. It's like a weird. It's in a weird place right now. Like we're in like a really weird place right now. Like for example, when it comes to the defense industry, I was involved in the defense industry for some time. There's this attempt to privatize it, but I'll say that if you're gonna do that, don't the way they're implementing it. It's better to be nationalized because private industries can exist, but under two conditions. One is they're not allowed to compete against the government. Two, as in they're only allowed to take up government projects. As for example, we have a government company that does it. A private company can act as a manufacturing outsource manufacturer.
Right. Like how like government stimulation and Great Depression as an example.
Not exactly. Not exactly. I'd say it's more of it helps the manpower issue. That's one thing. The second thing is they're not allowed to do R&D. It goes back to the first one that them doing R&D kind of makes them competition to the Indian government.
Right.
I mean, in situations like that, kind of messes things up. Do we need, like, let's say, welfare programs? Yes, we need welfare programs. Like, see, I think the Indian education welfare program is kind of weak. As in, they give free education till grade 10. Like, compulsory education till grade 10. Let's say, hypothetically, your parents don't send you to school till grade 10, you could end up in prison. Which I think is, you could be fined. Like, in the Middle Eastern country where I was, you could end up in prison if your kid doesn't go to school.
Wow.
Which I think is, in certain cultures it's necessary because rural India they're gonna be most people will be like, why should I send my kid to school? He's gonna be a farmer like me. Let him work in the field. You get what I mean, right?
Yeah. It's in the interest of practical knowledge, I suppose.
Yeah. I won't say it's more in the interest of practical knowledge. More of them being like, I don't want, like, that's what they know. They don't know anything about that point. So then, for sending kids to school, I think is necessary. The issue with India is it's only applicable to grade 10. Grade 11, 12, kids can drop out if they want.
Yeah, I think same here. I'm pretty sure.
I think that's a pretty dumb system, if I'm going to be honest.
No, I don't necessarily agree with it, but it is.
I mean, like for kids who do, like that, there's like how to put it. So I won't call it university. We call it diploma. It's like if you want to be a mechanic or an electrician, you can go for that.
Right.
Finish school for grade 10, then you have like a 3-year course. I'm fine with that, but I'm against kids just dropping out of grade 10 and going on with their life.
Right. No, I pardon me. I'm a bit more of a compulsory, like mandatory education in some capacity advocate because it's important. It's important.
It's important, and especially in, let's say, here where literacy rates have been improving, but not fast enough. I mean, in situations like that, it's necessary.
Right.
And personally, I want my tax money going there, not to let's buy television for my neighbors.
Right. Additionally, in a increasingly internet like dependent world, which like I know that India has been one of the largest adopters recently of how to put it
5G.
Yeah, right, of like very modern internet and like smartphones have had a significant boom in sales.
And in fact, the funny thing is, many Indians know how to use a smartphone now. Yet, quite a lot of them don't know how to use a computer.
Right. So it's so in a increasingly dependent world on the on the ability to be able to read what is on a screen or use a screen effectively, let's say. Like that should be included in some form of schooling.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so when it comes to Indian education, that's it's weird because we don't have a standardized system for education.
Right.
As in, we have standardized systems, but it's not universally standardized across the country. So what happens is each state has its own quote-unquote educational board. And as I stated my dislike of my state government, I'm going to go into that. Every time one party comes to power, they write themselves into the history textbooks. That's narcissism is a thing over here.
Yeah.
Rampant narcissism is a thing. So what happens is, let's say some guy wrote himself in a textbook. Okay, he loses the next election. His successor comes and she or he threatens to have all the textbooks. They don't even threaten. They do it. They have all the textbooks revoked, and they print out new ones. So for like 4 months, kids don't have textbooks.
Jeez.
I mean, like, so when I say dark side of socialism, this is the stuff I see.
Yeah, no, there's a number of issues that.
Now, see, I'm okay with socialism being implemented, let's say, a bureaucratic level. Like, well, I'm okay with welfare systems, but I think there should be I wouldn't say it's an issue with left-wing ideologies, more of what comes attached with it. Because your leaders are helping you, they're good. Therefore, whatever they do is good. You get what I mean, right? The level of accountability is reduced.
Right, because there is an issue, and it's like putting all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
Kind of like who's carrying the basket?
Yeah.
Like, do they have a vested interest in carrying that basket? Are all of the eggs in the right place in the basket? So
and the biggest question is, are they qualified to carry said basket?
Right. Yeah. No. So it's because it's especially under a socialist regime, your leader has to be very good at their job. Or leaders.
Okay. So the thing about that is, okay, so when it comes to Indian politicians, there's a joke. The fast track to politics is go to prison. That's how it is. Go to prison, get into politics. That's like prison is like politicians' LinkedIn. That's where you network.
Wow.
So what happened was there was this thing that kind of caused a row in India, but I kind of agree with what he said. The Singaporean Prime Minister said that indirectly stated, part of the speech he said that most Indian politicians are convicts, which is true. It's a fact. Most of them either have sexual assault charges lodged against them, murder charges lodged against them, or corruption charges lodged against them.
Man, that doesn't seem. Oh, that's the nature of politicians, I think.
Thing about politicians is American politicians or Western politicians are extremely decent compared to the guys we have around these parts.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
See, how many of your politicians murder their wives?
Tell American politicians that, though. Murder?
Yeah, murdered. Had their wives murdered.
Holy shit.
I'm not gonna give his name because he can sue me for defamation because, allegedly murdered his wife.
Who may or may not have murdered his wife. Okay.
I mean, practically murdered his wife, but he's still not given that guilty sentence. So, innocent until proven guilty, but everything seems to indicate that he murdered his wife because she slept with a Pakistani journalist.
His wife.
She slept with a Pakistani journalist.
Oh.
Indian politics is Game of Thrones.
Hey, don't tell American politicians that. They'll never, ever let their ego down on that.
Now, see, I'm not going to tell that to American politicians because, let's be honest, I don't think half of them know where Indian states are on the map. You give them a map of India, say, point out the states, they'll be lost. And I don't blame them because for them it's... And
there's quite a few.
Yeah, like... I mean, I'm not talking about the country, I'm talking about the individual states of India.
Right, like I wouldn't expect you to be able to point out every American state.
Surprisingly, I can.
Okay, well.
I see. Thing is, I'm quite interested in American geopolitics. So.
Really? Man.
Yeah, it's like how I put. See, regardless of your take on American interventionism in the last, 30 or 40 years, one thing we can all agree is they've been influential.
Oh, absolutely. No, America fucking sneezes and the rest of the world gets a cold. It's the. It is insane the amount of influence that the United States holds over.
Yeah, exactly. So regardless, sometimes it's positive, sometimes it's negative, but I personally think that studying it is quite useful.
Oh no, absolutely.
And one thing I'd argue is American strategies are quite revolutionary compared to, let's say, what we use over here. Economic plans, social Maybe I would stick with the Germans when Germans and French when it comes to social plans, but economic, the West as a whole, when it comes to economic and social plans, they're quite revolutionary when it comes to the implementing new ideas.
Hmm.
Like, sure, my government managed to pull us out of the dark ages, where we burned widows and discriminated people on the basis of what family they're born to. But there's quite a lot of stuff that we can learn, especially when it comes to economic implementation.
Right.
Because giving people free stuff isn't a good plan.
No, I don't know. Yeah, that seemed, at least based on how you described it, it did seem a little haphazard in nature.
That's like how the person who did it never finished school. The person who came up with the plan never finished school. And the people that advise them are too scared to tell them it's a stupid ass plan.
Oh, so it's a series of yes man complacency mixed.
Yeah. So as I said, it goes back to the you have to respect your leaders, I think. Like, see, in some place like one of my workplaces, disagreeing with your boss was seen as me going against him.
Right,
Even
so
it's a strict hierarchical structure over here.
Interesting.
So it's a cultural thing.
Right.
One thing's dead. The second thing is the politician you're talking to. His sister runs the mafia. You do not want to get on his bad side.
Oh, of course.
As I said, quite a lot of them have criminal records.
How about that?
It's a and see, the worst job over here is a cop. Cops get paid a lot over here. The thing about cops over here is, I'm not going into the politics, I'm just going into the more the functional side. The law enforcement over here, it still follows the British structure to an extent. So law enforcement kind of acts as administrators as well. High-ranking law enforcement officials kind of act as administrators in certain areas, like low-level, mid-level to high-level bureaucrats.
Interesting.
Which I'm quite sure isn't a thing anywhere else, apart from maybe, let's say, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. So being a cop meaning you have to deal with politicians. And when I say politician, I'm not like talking about your city mayor. I'm talking about the equivalent of a state senator.
Okay. That's like I mean, I suppose, yeah. You said there's, what did you say, 112?
No, not 112 states. It's a number of states is actually pretty small.
That was
Languages.
I'm sorry. No, but how many states?
28 states. The 28 states and 8 union territories. Union territories are something like what do you guys treat worship? What's that island called? It's directly controlled by the central government.
Oh, okay. So it's like Puerto Rico.
Oh yeah, it's like Puerto Rico. There are 28 states and 8 union territories.
Okay, so even then, so let's say there's less landmass than there is in the United States.
Yeah, but no, I don't think. Another thing about the United States is compared to us. Okay, comparatively, it's more culturally similar. Culturally uniform. As in, I'm quite sure a man from Minnesota won't be stoned when he goes to New York.
No, true. That is quite the cultural difference.
There are states which are basically Afghanistan, as I put it.
It's really
When I say it's basically Afghanistan, I mean the culture, the language, the way of life. There are places where there's an active insurgency going on. When I say active insurgency, that's something that the West would classify as a civil war.
Right. Yeah.
And there are places like, see, the place where I live is pretty peaceful. Nothing. The worst that happens is, someone starts a riot.
Right.
And our riots are pretty wild. They start for some of the. Okay, so yeah, another thing that kind of ticks me off is unions are pretty powerful over here. See, unions, on a theoretical sense, I think are pretty good. They protect workers' rights from exploitation, all that. But the thing about unions over here, especially the bank union, is that it's not for, let's say, one bank. It's all the banks.
Oh. That's a little peculiar.
So what happens is, let's say something happens that one of the banks isn't happy about, like employees from one bank aren't happy about.
Uh-huh.
All the banks decide to, just stop working.
Surely this is great for the economy.
No, it isn't. It's amazing. That's the day, the previous day is where everyone goes to the ATMs. Because that's when the ATMs stop working as well.
Oh, it's a run on the banks.
Yeah.
Every time that happens. Wow. That's insane.
So, I mean, stuff like that. See, and let's say one of the states that's neighboring to us, like the unions kind of implement a system which is really good because all the taxi drivers agreed upon a certain rate.
Mm-hmm.
Which, helps us. Like, let's say my state, they don't really have that system, so people charge exorbitant prices for stuff. That's why Uber became popular in my state.
Mm-hmm.
However, one of the neighboring states, where unions tend to be powerful, even my state unions are powerful, but unions tend to have brains. One of the neighboring states, the cab drivers decide to implement a fixed price, which is reasonable for them and reasonable to the public. And none of the drivers are allowed to, go against that.
Yeah.
At least they get blacklisted from the industry.
That sounds pretty.
That's extremely beneficial. That's extremely beneficial, but that's the good thing. The bad thing is all the banks, all the bank employees just sitting in the middle of the road. And the worst thing is they block the road.
Yeah, I don't know if Yeah, there are issues.
Yeah, I mean, like it all depends on implementation, but
right.
And the thing is, it's like what happens is the unions slowly become political parties, and they fall into that pit of
giving the political haphazardry.
Yeah, and as I stated earlier, most of them have criminal records. Thank you.
Right.
You have a guy who murdered his wife in charge. Oh. I'm like, yeah, I don't trust you. I don't trust you.
That is. I'm sorry. I mean, Ted Cruz, Zodiac killer, right?
Oh, see, Ted Cruz didn't kill his wife. He killed other people, allegedly.
Yeah. I mean, he's okay. So technically, since we apparently found the Zodiac killer, it's
not, yeah, I know.
I don't know about that necessarily. I bet that dude was put in place by Ted Cruz to pose the Zodiac killer. 100%.
I mean, like, the funny thing about that is, when was the Zodiac killer? 1960. Was Ted Cruz born during that time?
Let's see.
I'm looking at the numbers. So Ted Cruz was born, and when was he born? 1970. Ted Cruz was a fetus.
Okay, Ted Cruz actually did not exist.
Yeah, he was a fetus when this happened.
It was 1968 to 1969. So it was 10 months or 11 months between 68 and 69. So he did not exist. He notably did not exist. However, however, that's just what he wants you to think. He's actually 20 years older.
No, the biggest consumer of Botox in the United States, I know. Ted Cruz is weird, let's be honest here. Regardless if you're being left-leaning or right-leaning, right. Ted's weird.
Yeah, I mean, he's also a bit of a scumbag for leaving Texas when it got snowy and people were literally freezing to death.
Oh, that thing where he's like, I have to escort my doctors to... What was the city in Mexico which is famous for drugs?
I don't know. Did he go to Cancun?
Yeah, Cancun. He went to Cancun. I'm like, wait. I was like, who takes that? I'm like, first of all, who takes the dad to Cancun? I'm like, that's not the place where you take your dad.
I'm going to conveniently, when Texas is becoming a shit show, go to Mexico, where it's very sunny.
And not just, let's say, a place like Mexico City, Cancun.
Yeah, not like political Mexico, tourist in Mexico.
Not just any tourist Mexico.
The tourist.
The tourist Mexico. The reason the war against drugs exists. That tourist Mexico. I won't be surprised if, Ted Cruz was snorting a line when someone called him up and asked what the fuck he's doing in Mexico.
You're right.
It's, the thing, okay, yeah, I know this might be a bit controversial, but I think legalizing narcotics is a pretty good plan.
Oh, like by narcotics you mean which narcotics do you mean?
Weed. See, I don't smoke.
Oh, yeah,
I'm allergic to it. I don't smoke. I don't smoke. I'm extremely allergic to it. One of my dorm mates used to smoke. When she smoked, I used to get allergic reactions because she was like a few rooms down the. I think the reason is, see, personally, I would discourage people from smoking weed the same way I discourage people from smoking cigarettes. But
No, yeah, it's a technically harmful substance, but I mean, if we're gonna be alcohol and cigarettes are allowed to be a thing, then honestly, full send or nothing, all or nothing, man.
Okay, now I'd take more of
Not
a.
full send.
Nah, I take
Full
more.
send as in,
I would take more of an economic turn on it. See, the war against drugs. The easiest way to win it is you join it. I mean, you become what they're selling. You sell what they're selling.
right.
So
No,
like
yes.
that's the same thing with probation. Like you try to ban alcohol, didn't work out, and as Indian culture, Indian habits go, we copy the methods. My state had a probation back in the 80s. Failed. It was a fail. Oh yeah, so India likes to copy the methods like 10 years down the line.
It's like, let's see how that happens. We could do it better this time, and it does not work.
No, we might stop. I think someone stormed our capital once.
Mm-hmm.
The people write in the capital every now and then. Whenever, let's say, the educational board changes the syllabus, a bunch of angry pens start storming the capital.
Wow.
I'm not saying that they break into the parliament and things like that. I mean, the riots get violent.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Riot police are deployed, and see, thing about Indian riot polices, the tactics are different from what, let's say, the West is used to. Like the West, you have that shield barrier. You start using tear gas, right?
Yeah.
And the Middle East is something similar from what I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
And they use tear gas and pellets. India, on the other hand, they want to save money, so they just give a bunch of cops a bunch of sticks, bamboo shields, and they're like, go for it, just go whack them.
Bamboo shields?
Yeah, so okay, no, not bamboo, it's something called cane, it's similar to bamboo, so it's not hollow.
Oh, okay.
It's solid.
It's not like... Alright, so it's like... Okay, I get it. Okay.
So what happens is like if you heat it up, you can bend it into let's say a circular thing. So you have a shield made of that, or if the department is had a budget change, maybe you get one of those reinforced polymer plastic shields.
Mm-hmm.
You get a wooden stick, and you're allowed to go beat them. So the tactic is you run in, you whack a guy, you grab him out, you come back. Pretty dangerous for the cop, if you ask me.
No, that does sound that sounds bad for everyone involved, actually.
Yeah, so think about those. That is, every time there's a change in the educational syllabus, there's going to be a riot in New Delhi.
Right.
It's because education over here is seen as a prestige thing. It's like my daughter has a master's from this university. My daughter did an engineering degree in this university. It's a technician contest.
Right. That's annoying.
So what happens is, if let's say the educational board changes something,
mm-hmm.
the entrance exam gets tougher because new stuff are added, which can
like if X University suddenly becomes plebeian city, then now it doesn't look like I did anything important or impressive.
Not like that. It's more of okay. Universities in India are nationalized, most of them. I mean the good ones. We have quite a lot of private universities, but they kind of suck. Corruption is rife in them. We have something called a donation system. Like you guys had this entire what called the college admission scandal.
Yeah.
No, people over here like that's it. That happens every day over here.
Wow.
Okay, so here they have something called a donation system. In fact, one of my cousins got into medical school because of that. Just pay money to the university. Call it a donation, and your kid gets in.
Is it looked down on? Like, is it?
It's accepted, socially accepted.
Oh, well.
So that happens in private universities. Government universities, on the other hand, don't do that. So they tend to be more highly rated than the private ones. Think about that as the government universities tend to have a common entrance exam for, let's say, law school, engineering school. Invariably, every Indian goes to engineering school.
Mhm.
Business school, all of them have a standard syllabus. So let's say hypothetically the educational board decides that, what we teach kids are from the 1960s. That's what they taught me. Engineering school over here. Maybe, it's about time we kind of updated with the rest of the world.
Right. Yeah. Considering
Technological advancements.
it's been 60 years.
That'll be right. They'll be like, how will my kid get into the top university? I'm like, why? So okay. I know this is gonna be a really controversial thing to say. Indians love eugenics.
Oh.
I mean, in the way that, if my, let's say, hypothetically, okay, my parents aren't into this, but hypothetically, they're like, my future they search for a guy. One of the things they look at is the university degree I got, because that kind of points to how intelligent I am, thereby pointing out how intelligent my kids will be.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's like, social eugenics. Yeah.
Yeah. So which in all honesty is total bullshit, because I went to university, one of the best in the country. I haven't seen bigger morons anywhere else. I'm gonna be honest, sir. I haven't seen bigger morons anywhere else. I've seen the dumbest people, and I worked as a teaching assistant, and what's considered one of the best universities in India.
Mm-hmm.
Even the professors were idiots. Like, see, they've been teaching the same shit for like the last 100 years, 60 to 100, 80 to 100 years.
Wow.
Of course, they're gonna be outdated. See, the only thing I can tell you is, if you graduated from a good university, you're good at universitying. You're good at studying at university. Not good at. There's no guarantee that you're good. You're gonna raise smarter offsprings or anything of that sort.
Right. It's not a because it's so outdated. You may as well have studied then, but
Yeah.
They use them as
Now, one place says that just because you went to university doesn't mean you're smart.
Right.
I'd say it's the same thing for Harvard.
Oh.
See, you may be good at, let's say, what you study, but that doesn't make you smart.
You can make more money.
Yeah, you can make more. You can make a shit ton of money, which is good. And that's why my application to Harvard is being sent. I will be rejected because I don't have the money to sponsor myself.
It's like $50,000 a semester or something like that.
Yeah, that's for the master's program. If I want to go to, let's say, law school, I think it's for $300,000 for the 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And with that money, I could just immigrate to the States without going to Harvard. Because with $300,000 in my pocket, put that shit into, let's say, Lockheed Martin, make that like $500,000. I don't even need to go to Harvard.
Oh yeah, you can. So, if you finance a Chick-fil-A,
yeah,
you will get more money quicker by like owning and operating a Chick-fil-A than you will like 6 years after graduating Harvard, assuming you get a job.
Yeah, see, but that depends on what field you study in Harvard.
True.
But I mean, like, let's say if I study, let's say, music at Harvard. Let's be honest. See, music is a good field. Nothing against it. If you want to do that, if that's your passion, go for it. But let's be honest. I ain't gonna be earning as much as a person who went to Harvard Law School.
Starving artistry is it's called starving artistry for a reason.
Exactly. So it's so that's the thing about that is what was I talking about? Indian education is like they keep it outdated on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
As in, whenever, let's say, the Ministry of Education tries to change something, riots in the street, and the political powers to be tell them to stop making changes.
Ugh. Like, I get it, but also like sometimes there's a greater good.
Yeah. The thing the central government is scared of is someone dying.
Oh.
The thing the central government is scared of is either a cop beating up a person or a cop getting beaten up by the angry mob.
True. Tell you this much: America does not care.
So think about America. Americans are like, see, okay, I am like through grade 10. I got something called a GCSE. That's like the British equivalent of a high school diploma.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing about that is like, The British education system was similar to India. They had like a couple of hundred educational boards arguing with each other. Nothing got done.
Delightful.
Yeah. So then the British government, I'm to their credit, somehow consolidated all of them and standardized the syllabus against popular belief, against popular opposition.
Yeah, we love academia.
Yes, and that's improved drastically. I mean, sometimes the government shouldn't care what the people think to get stuff done.
Which is like, it doesn't sound like the right answer. Because it kind of isn't, but it also kind of is, but it also...
I mean, if you look at it from a big picture, Indian kids are fucking stupid these days, despite what people say. As a former Indian kid, I can state that myself, and it's not racist for me to say that. And let's say the guys in Silicon Valley and all that, they got in because of their own brilliance, not because of anything inherently taught by the Indian Education Board. I'll give you one for example. This thing actually got me laughing. So what happened is, according to the Indian government, I could agree with this. The morals of the Indian society is dropping.
Oh, of course.
Okay. A moral, like okay. Which I'm like, yeah. You have a system that raises sociopaths. Like that's how the Indian education system works. Of course, you're gonna get that. So, what do you think the solution was?
Less education.
No.
What was the solution?
Okay, we have something called a standardized board exam. That's like a nationwide exam.
Okay.
For high school diplomas. Right. They added 2 questions which ask you about ethics.
Delightful.
And the dumb thing is, like, I actually, like, when one of my practice tests actually wrote what ethically is the right answer, but they're like, no, it's not written in the answer key, so we can't give you my, what the fuck. So the question was something like this, okay? It's like Rahul, of course it's Rahul. That's like one of the most common Indian names in India. Rahul's grandmother is sick. So Rahul takes grandma to the hospital. What moral quality did Rahul show? Actually, I wrote a pretty good essay on how modern society prioritizes capital gain over a family, where Rahul is a decent human being who did not push over his grandma for a penny. Instead, he took her to the hospital. Apparently, that's the wrong answer. You know what the right answer was?
What?
Rahul shows scientific curiosity.
What?
I'm like, Joseph Mengele of the SS showed scientific curiosity. That's not ethical.
What?
I'm like, the Nazis showed scientific curiosity. That has nothing to do with ethics.
I love when science is included in my ethics.
I'm like, science and ethics don't have overlap. Like, you can be extremely scientific and highly unethical.
You can be extremely ethical and highly unscientific.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, him showing scientific inquiry is not him being ethical. And the questions are weird, okay? So there's this one where a kid's, walking around in a thunderstorm. A guy offers a ride. I'm like, okay, this is getting too weird.
What?
So there's a concept called a Faraday cage where a lightning striking a car won't do anything.
Uh-huh.
So the first part is, what ethics did this creepy old man show to the kid? Like taking her in the car.
Being a pervert.
Oh yeah, I'm like being a like if I say that, they're gonna film me for right that. I'm like being a creepy.
Being a fucking creep.
Being a creep, hitting on following little kids. Okay, that was that was the ethical. Like they'll have 2 parts. First is the ethical one. The second was is a standard science question. As in, they asked what's the system behind it.
Uh-huh.
So, like, what happens if lightning strikes a hollow metallic surface? The electricity just passes through the entire thing. Doesn't directly go through you.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the whole thing. I'm like...
That's the whole question?
That's the whole question. I'm like, couldn't they have come up with a better situation for this? Like, it's raining. I swear I've seen this in like 100 different crime shows.
Wait. So the creepy dude giving the kids a ride was a thunderstorm because of the fact that the car could do that?
Yeah. There's the answer, yeah.
What?
Okay, and like so,
Is that the answer?
yeah, it gets better. Okay, it gets really better. Like recently, there was this entire scandal on them putting sexism into the question paper.
Oh, delightful. Oh, we
So
love it.
my sister's in grade 10, so we have two what call that diplomas, one in grade 10, one in grade 12. So she's doing a grade 10, and this paper came up. Okay, extremely controversial. It talked about Western corruption, how women should stay at home and give birth to babies and stuff shit like that.
Whoa.
I read it, I'm like, oh, I can't read the whole thing. I don't even own a gun, but get my gun.
Jeez. What the?
It's something about how Western ideals corrupted Indian women from wanting to have kids,
Oh, delightful.
and destroying
It was always
the
fine.
quote unquote family structure. I'm like, someone's gonna get fired after this.
I mean, how can they not? Honestly.
See, think about this is they might not because so, see if you think American conservatives are bad, you haven't seen Indian conservatives.
Oh yeah, we're just
Your conservatives are liberals.
true. Yeah, liberal at least in the classical liberal sense. of
Yeah, I
the
mean in
word.
the social sense,
We do at
you
least
guys are
believe
actually
in-
more liberal than us.
we
In
do-
the economic
we do
sense,
believe in personal government, I suppose.
it got weird. I read the paper like, what the fuck is this shit? The question was something around, it was an entire essay on why feminism is bad. Okay, I understand there are certain aspects of feminism which could be seen as toxic or as a corruption of the original ideals of equality, but this entire essay argued that women empowerment is bad because women don't make my coffee anymore.
Why women?
I think the guy who wrote that essay, his wife refused to make him coffee because he's an asshole. Simple as that.
You know, good for her. Good for her. Fuck her.
And she most probably took the kids and the dog. And now he's homeless because see, if there was no public backlash, this guy would have kept his job. But there was a considerable amount of public backlash, which I'm happy for.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not?
It's like the dumbest shit of it. Like women, like the female rights, feminism. He criticized early feminism. I think it's called the first wave. The one where women fought for equal voting rights.
Yeah, the early 1900s.
Yeah, he criticized that.
Back
Yeah, he criticized that.
Bro, they just want to not.
They wanted to be treated as humans.
From government. They just want to not be subject to dying for no reason. Like, is it that hard to understand, bro?
He is like my wife doesn't make my coffee anymore. I don't know. I seriously don't know what was. But for example, a politician, not from my state, a neighboring state, actually made a video on this. It was basically me just swearing for like 5 minutes. He said that the biggest crisis in India, like biggest medical crisis. He went to medical school and said this. Like biggest medical crisis in India, he said the depression crisis because lots of at least more than 10% of the Indian population are depressed right now.
Okay.
Which is a big number. I mean, when I say depressed, I mean like suicidal depressed.
Oh, and India's a pretty densely populated place, so
it's a mixture. It's due to a lot of social issues, which can be fixed. I'm like, you said the depression, and another thing is the stigma behind depression.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go to a psychiatrist for help, you're seen as a crazy. You're seen as batshit crazy. The stereotype, the movie Crazy, I think.
There's a maybe.
Like they can snap at any time and kill their family, so crazy.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I mean, there's a stigma against quote unquote mental disorders. I mean, like, is that the biggest crisis, or is it COVID? Because back then COVID was huge over here. It actually still is, but they're underreporting. That's a different story. I don't want to get into that part.
Yeah, that's just not even a fun conversation to have.
Yeah.
I do kind of wonder, and it's okay if you don't know about this.
Go ahead.
What's the trans kind of vibe over there? Like, what do people think? Because I think I could guess.
Okay, see, thing is, it's weird to say the least. Not being trans, being the government will vibe with that. the Indian government recognizes a quote-unquote third gender for all trans men and trans women.
Okay.
There is official recognition, but there's limited protection.
Oh, okay. So I
That's
guess...
what. Another thing is, it's kind of a religious thing because trans people, especially trans women, have been a historic part of India for quite some time.
Yeah.
We call them the Hijra. So it's people who are born as biologically men but transition to women.
Interesting.
So since they have been present since ancient times, they kind of have their own clans, and like you can join the Hijra clan later on, but they're not that well protected, and violence against them is still quite common, sadly.
No, it would seem so, especially in the globalist kind of perspective of the perception of it.
No, it's like how I put, let's say someone comes out of trans in an normal urban family. They'll be exiled and they'll be forced to join a Hijra clan. In most cases. I mean, see, right now, gay and lesbian rights are just, in its early stages of. Maybe, putting them in prison is not a good idea, sort of thing.
Okay.
So, we've reached that landmark. And I'd say trans rights in about 5 years should be, accepted by the government.
Okay, I mean, I guess good that they're making progress.
No, they're making progress, and see, legally, really trans people are recognized. The only thing is there's still a debate about what to put on their passport.
No, yeah, and it should just be whichever they would prefer.
Yeah, true.
Whatever.
I agree with you on that, but the thing is, convincing these old men to get stuff done is a pain.
Right, yeah. No, such is the nature of government.
No, see, the thing about them is half of them think trans people are just born with both genitalia.
Okay, intersex people are a thing.
Intersex people are a thing, but intersex people are different from trans.
We're not all intersex people.
Yeah, exactly. You get what I mean? It's not like... It's like you had to convince a bunch of old men to understand what the issue is.
Right, is it? And after the...
Just give me a minute. I need to take this call. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. Hello, Chair. Y'all have been kind of going by and I have not noticed them. How we doing? How we living? Enjoying everything? This has been very interesting. This discussion. So it might just be another week of another American coming along and being told all about India, but it's very interesting. So thank you for having me, everyone.
Sorry about that. It's my grandmother. The thing is, technically the house I stay in is actually two houses. I get my own place, she gets her own place, so instead of her, dropping by, she just calls.
Interesting.
So she won't ask about tomorrow lunch.
I see.
Neat. Oh yeah, so yeah, the trans thing, it will improve. Like there's legal recognition of trans people, but just classifying all of them as the quote unquote third gender is a bad idea.
No, yes, absolutely. Because then it opens the door to still treat them differently, when ultimately we are just normal.
Yeah, and another thing is like the entire religious aspect of trans, I think, is also a bad idea because they're seen as, I don't know how to describe it, like trans people begging for money is a pretty common thing.
Oh.
As in, not in the traditional sense of a homeless person begging for money. More of you give them money, they give you blessing. It's considered like you did a good thing.
Oh.
Like they're relegated to that job.
So it's almost like a mythical creature.
Yeah. Yeah, more or less.
As opposed to a person.
No, but there are improvements. Like I think there's an Indian diplomat who happens to be trans. He happens to be trans, and there are improvements.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, I would significantly rather be considered a mythical creature than a national threat, I suppose. So,
Come on, because and
mean-
see, thing is, there are some politicians who be like, the trans people will corrupt their kids and turn them into women.
yep. Yep, there we go.
That thing's present. Obama would say that most politicians are too busy starting inter-religion fights to prosecute trans people.
Not the biggest issue for there.
Yeah, not the biggest issue right now. They're like, see, some groups are prosecuting Muslims, some groups are prosecuting their Christian minorities, some groups are prosecuting their own religious groups for not being too religious enough.
Of course.
It's a shit show. Like there's one state where I'm not gonna give his name because he's known for being trigger happy. He claims his state has achieved 0% crime rate.
Oh, of course.
And
That thing that nowhere ever has done.
Yeah, and I called up a cop, not from the place, from a different place, and asked him, how can you read 0% crime rate? He's like, okay, this is off the record, but apparently in that state, like, see, Indian law enforcement aren't allowed to shoot unless being shot at or they're being threatened.
Mm.
So that's the rules. Like, let's see. So what they do is they fake an escape. They fake an escape, as in they make it look like the guy they arrested took a cop's gun and went to shoot them.
Oh, of course.
So if you keep doing that, crime rate reaches 0. If you kill enough people, crime rate is 0.
Of course. No, of course.
So my biggest question was, if you kill all the criminals, that just leaves you as a criminal. What are you gonna do?
Exactly.
And I'm quite sure his answer would be, no, I'm not a criminal, I'm a man of God. I'm like, yes, God told you to kill those kids who were vandalizing his store.
Jesus.
It's then that's the state everyone hates.
Mhm.
But
Oh.
that's the state with the largest population.
Oh. Huh. How about that?
So it's like, the central government panders to that state a lot. They're like, you want welfare, even though you're the biggest smuggler of guns in the country.
Yeah, that's weird.
No, see, the thing about Indian states are, people from all the states hate each other, but we can all agree upon one thing, that's the worst state.
I wonder what Americans think the worst state is. I think Americans have a constant belief that the worst state is the one right next to them.
Yeah, see, you always hate your neighbors.
Yep. No, you ask a Rhode Islander, and they say like, "Oh, Vermont." You ask Actually, though, no, we all agree it's Florida.
Yeah, see, Florida, I'll be honest, Florida's wild.
No, we all actually know. A fair few of us agree. At least the Northeast agrees. It's Florida.
I see,
Except for old-
I don't know
except for
about,
people in the Northeast.
no, see, I don't know about Florida being the most hated state, but Florida's wild.
Truly.
In fact, my state is kind of the Florida of India in a way. In the weirdest
Florida,
sense.
India.
It's like,
That's pretty good.
it's
Y'all wrestling crocodiles.
no, the thing is, thing about crocodiles here is, and people are too scared to wrestle crocodiles. That's one thing I respect about Florida, guys. When talking about crazy, they go all in.
They really do go.
They don't half-ass it.
I love Florida Man. The Florida Man articles always get me.
Let's
See what happened today.
see, talking about
Florida Man 3/19/2022. Let's see what happened. Florida Man shoved woman to get at her egg rolls.
What?
Say.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty, toned down for a Florida man.
Florida Man wrecks liquor store, blames it on Caterpillar.
Oh yeah, so talking about weird stuff, there's an Indian politician, a member of the parliament who likes to cosplay.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, when I say cosplay, how do I put this lightly? You know the Germans from the 1940s?
Oh.
You know Mustache Man, right?
Oh.
He wore that to show that our country can end up like this if certain reforms are made. I'm like, You don't have to wear the costume. You don't have to wear your DIY cosplay.
I mean, I kind of respect the like the showboating, but like that's still way too far.
It gets worse. Okay, he dresses up as a Muslim cleric, which see, I'm not a
Oh,
Muslim. I find that
that's
extremely offensive.
yeah, no, that is
I'm non-religious, and I'm fine with it. I won't tell her. I won't say throw him in prison for doing that. But I'm like, come on, man, show some respect.
no, that is over like every line actually.
That's like dressing up as a Catholic priest and walking into a brothel. You don't do that.
I mean, I don't know. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's see. I'll be honest. His cosplays are funny, but I can understand why people get offended by it.
Oh no, 100%. Oh no, absolutely. I do not agree with him doing that. However, if you were to dress up like a Catholic priest and walk into a brothel, I would laugh because it's Catholicism. Everyone can laugh at it. It's fine.
And the third thing is he dressed up in ladies' clothes to show the suffering of women.
Damn. You know what? I guess. Sure.
I was like, how come he hasn't been kicked out of the bar? How come he hasn't been escorted out by security? I'm quite sure half a state's budget just goes into his cosplays.
Are they like good? Like are they or do they
Oh,
look
they're bad. They're bad. They're bad. Let me just pull it up. I'll send it to you on Discord if I find it.
Yeah, let me I want to see this.
At least he didn't do whiteface, so
Interesting.
okay. I found the naughty German one.
I,
Oh shit! He got the swastika on as well. But he got the color of the uniform wrong, so not. Here you go. I found it. I sent it to you on Discord.
oh, look at that. Also, he would never wear different colored pants.
Yeah, exactly.
But that is oh, that's real commitment to the bit. He shaved his mustache for that.
No, that's a fake mustache.
Oh, it's a fake? Okay.
Oh no, actually, he actually shaved it. He shaved the entire thing out and painted up over there.
Wow. Man, that is good. That
Okay, DW, that's German's national newspaper. Sky News, World, ABC, The Guardian, everyone reported on him. The Mirror, Indian Express, okay, Global. Oh god. Daily Mail, I mean, all sides of the spectrum have covered this.
so yeah.
And there's another thing you might find interesting. This is something I'm quite sure you would never see anywhere else in the world. Oh yeah, the Hitler's pretty popular in India.
And I want like Chuck Schumer to start cosplaying. What? Sounds great. Oh,
Check the
is that
store.
Is that a store called Hitler?
Okay, just check the T-shirt that they're selling.
The Gandhi and
Yeah,
Superman?
you have Gandhi and Hitler in the same place.
And Superman, who is made by a Jewish man.
So the thing about the fascination of the National Socialist Workers' Party of Germany in India is that many people over here have a really simplistic view of World War II or the world around that time. As in, anyone who fought the Brits are good people. I'm like, that's not how it works.
That's not how that works. But also, like,
see, fighting for independence is different from killing 6 million innocent people.
it is funny, but it is not true.
The thing is, the education system kind of pushes the narrative, not the Hitler narrative. It's just that anyone who fought the British are good.
Yeah, no, this is why. This is the importance of history education.
No, they teach that in history. Anyone who fought the Brits are good. Like, so there was an entire unit of the British Army called the British Indian Army. I wouldn't say it's the largest. Might be the second largest force on the side of the Allies, because the largest were the Soviets. Really effective, fought in all theaters. And I'll say that here in the national heroes, the Indian textbooks kind of tend to brush off that entire thing. Because it goes against the narrative that good, quote unquote, good Indians fought on the side of the Brits.
Oh. No, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's one thing. Another thing that they make up some shit. Okay, according to them, the entire Indian Nationalist Army was conscripts, which is untrue. They were all volunteers, because conscripting an Indian and giving him a gun is a terrible idea. He's just gonna shoot his commanding officer. I'm like, that's they just it's pretty weird that if you have I have British friends, so that actually kind of brings up a level of contention with people over here. And see, me talking to you as well could bring up contention with, let's say, more of the conservative circles.
Really?
You're talking to a white person.
Oh.
I'm not saying everyone's like that. See, when it comes to white people, it's like it fluctuates between, you talk to a white person, I'm talking to God or some shit too. You talk to a white person, you get what I mean, right?
Wow.
And I'm not saying everyone's like that, but it's pretty popular. That sentiment where everything was good till the white man was created, sort of thing. I'm like,
sure. Who said that? Malcolm X?
Malcolm X never. Sorry, shit! I just hit my mic by accident. Malcolm X was.
Part of it, just in a different context.
Malcolm X didn't exactly say those words, as far as I'm aware. And from my understanding, after his visit to Mecca and Medina, Malcolm X's entire take on the black rights thing kind of changed into something more of Martin Luther King Jr.
But did you know that
My God.
I believe that Malcolm X followed a very particular notion of Islam.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, that was basically the belief of and I'm not going to attempt to summarize it in full because I don't know all of the details of it, but I'm pretty sure the headline part of it was that it was like a utopia, and then white people were created.
Oh yeah, no, see, so the thing is that from my understanding, it was a utopia till non-black people were created. So it was till he went to Mecca. When he went there, he saw, let's say, Arabs mixing with black people, mixing with Chechens, white Muslims, and so on. He's like, this entire thing's horseshit. We can all live together. And because he reached enlightenment, I can't even call him a religious sect because I would say his former group decided to get rid of him. Because he knew too much. But one thing I appreciate about him is despite his entire, his early beliefs on, early flawed beliefs on race, he kind of, he never exactly preached violence in the sense that we had to go beat up white people. Rather, we should defend ourselves.
Oh no, yeah, no, I definitely think that the narrative that Malcolm X was a just blatantly violent, extremist, and Martin Luther King was just such a perfect, palatable, person it is incredibly misguided.
No, see, it's more complicated than that.
Right, exactly. They didn't agree on a lot, but also it's not like Malcolm X was. It's not like he was trying to. It's not like he practically thought he could usher in an ethno state. You know what I mean?
No, I don't think he was ever for the idea of an ethnic state.
Right.
Compared, let's say, the Black Panther movement, which was more militaristic. I don't think Malcolm X ever took such a militaristic stance on anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, see, the thing was, he had a shitty childhood where, got screwed over by a bunch of white people.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of shaped his worldview, and he got inducted into a religious extremist group later on in his life. And I'd say the thing is, despite all that, he still managed to stick to his models.
Right. And you kind of got to hand it to him. I think I hesitate to fully throw my support behind him, but I hesitate to not at the same time.
Okay, see, thing is, my take is never throw your support completely behind anyone.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, because Gandhi, yeah, I know I'm gonna go into that minefield. He's fucking weird, okay? He was fucking weird.
No, yeah, I mean, be real. The entirety of the 20th century was weird in some degree.
I mean, Gandhi was so weird that, if he was alive, he'd be cancelled multiple times.
Gandhi is so weird that the British were like, alright, fine.
Fine, we'll just throw him in prison and keep the other prisoners away from him because we don't want to hurt them.
Yeah, we don't.
Okay, so it wasn't that weird. So Gandhi had this weird thing of testing himself. When I say testing himself, I mean the sexual sense.
Oh, delightful. Okay.
So he'll have naked women over, and he will not have sex with them to show his, exert dominance.
Huh. I did not know this.
And I'm quite sure you didn't want to know this.
I think I will be looking this up because I need to know more. Because now that the door's been opened, I can't not go through it.
Welcome to the world of enlightenment.
No, truly. What the fuck?
And you know the girls he used. Yeah, just Google that. I'm not gonna put it up here. I just said that they're related to him.
I even look up what is even the search?
Gandhi naked.
Gandhi sex? What?
No, not sex. Gandhi naked. I found it. Experiments on celibacy by Gandhi, including sleeping with naked women, with naked girls. Read about Gandhi's experiments with celibacy.
Okay, here we go. Gandhi's experiments in celibate sexuality. Yeah. How many pages? This is a cool 21 page, 32 pages. I could read that later. All right, I might do that.
It's weird. The thing about that is it's weird. He slept with naked women while not having sex with them.
I mean, good for him.
They were his nieces.
He is not an incel. He is a cell. He's
he's so powerful that he doesn't even have to have sex with them anymore.
Yeah, he's so fucking cool. He doesn't have sex.
And then there's this entire thing about him in South Africa.
Oh.
See, people make the argument that was him when he was younger, but let's just say the South Africans aren't really fond of him. Especially since he said that the black man is inferior to the brown man.
Oh.
See, the difference that many people bring up is it was him when he was younger and he changed when he was older. See, even if he changed, words said.
Right, especially when you are such a...
Especially when you studied in said black man's country.
Right. You can't just feel like, I'm still fucking better than these people, even though they taught me a bunch. That's...
Think about that. I mean, most probably was taught by white people. He just went to university in South Africa.
No, true. South Africa is still a heavily white-dominated location.
I would say not exactly anymore.
Not dominated, but
there's a lot of white presence over there.
Yeah, that's a better way of putting it.
So it's like he's the reason the Gandhi is revered to the amount he is because he passed away. He was shot.
Mm-hmm.
And a way he kind of died protecting his beliefs. So that's why people hold him in extremely high regard.
Right. Yeah.
See, I'm not. See, did Gandhi do quite a lot of good things? Yes, but was Gandhi the perfect human being sent by the divine? No. He's as flawed as all of us. Except that we don't sleep with naked women who are related to us.
That's true. That's true. He might actually be, considering he did sleep with naked women who
happen to be related to him by blood.
Oh, it gets worse.
Yeah, it gets worse. That's the worst part. See, if you just slept with naked women, like, who cares?
Yeah, it's just like, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. He wants to get laid, let him get laid.
No, but
once the testers,
he's related to these women. Oh. I mean, I guess is it better that he didn't because they're related to him?
It's worse. it's much worse that he could see them naked without feeling sick. Just saying.
This is truly.
It's a wild world out there.
So it is.
And he's on every Indian rupee note that I have right now.
Huh.
Which, it's not that bad. I've been seeing his face since I was a kid on every Indian note, so.
Right.
Yeah, whatever.
It's like George Washington for me or something.
It's not just like George Washington. It's like George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Benjamin Franklin. Who else is there? Thomas Jefferson's on the note, right?
Yeah, all the founding fathers.
All the founding fathers. Imagine all of them were just replaced with Gandhi.
It's kind of insane. Like just one dude.
Yeah, it's like how he was. Like, I wouldn't say Gandhi's the founding father of India. There are like other people who are involved. It's just that he's the one that kind of died right as the country was formed.
But he's the martyr, if you will.
Yeah.
Oh.
So in that way, he's given a high level of prominence compared to the other quote-unquote founding fathers of India. It's like, for example, his like the first Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, was, I'd say, I don't agree with most of his policies, especially when it came to his dealings with China, but there's no denying that he was one of the founding fathers of India. Same thing with India's first foreign minister. And there was and these guys took the more peaceful route. There was a guy who took the more militaristic route called Subhash Chandra Bose. He joined he aligned his independence movement with the Japanese Imperial Army during World War II.
That's not. I think it's very funny. This is a little off topic.
Yeah, go ahead.
Smidge off topic.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
The just like the hesitance to call Japanese imperial, like the imperial period, if you will, the hesitance to call them fascist is very funny to me.
Oh, so that thing actually, I was planning on writing a paper on that, but see, the thing is, I'm good at taking down notes on pieces of paper. I'm just too lazy to type it out.
No,
So the entire thing about the Japanese Imperial Army not being called fascists is actually was an actually well constructed plan by the Americans, Brits, and the Japanese. All the allies during World War II. So what happened was Japan was initially planned to be divided like Germany after World War II. But the Americans realized that the Japanese are prone to communism. In fact, many people like Subhash Chandra Bose's troops, he created something called Indian National Army. Most of their command officers, when they returned back to India after the war, they all joined the most left-wing communist party available in India. Because Japanese imperialism in many ways is similar to the Soviet implementation of communism.
Right.
Extremely militaristic, extremely hierarchical. The state comes before the individual. Questioning the state can get you killed.
Yep. And then I'd say but it's just funny that it's lasted this long. I think that's the funny part.
Yeah,
the rest of it isn't funny. It's actually
they were so bad that the Nazis felt they were going a bit too far.
And gotta say, it was the greatest rebrand in history.
No, it's like you turned the genocidal mass murder into Hello Kitty.
Genuinely insane.
It went something that I would say history is always written by the victors.
Right.
So it's like the Americans were willing to take the L and be the bad guys for the Japanese, so that they stayed away from Soviet control.
Right.
See, the initial plan was split it up, but that would actually result in something like Vietnam. The whole country becomes communist slowly because the people over there are already susceptible to communism as an ideology. Just replace the God Emperor with a chairman of the party or something like that, and boom, communist state.
Right. Yeah.
So it's like, and in fact, I'd say the entire Hiroshima and Nagasaki thing is using nuclear weapons is bad.
Oh,
I'm not going to say that using nuclear weapons was good, but the number of people killed in Hiroshima and Nagasaki was a drop in the bucket when compared to, let's say, the bombings in Germany and the fire bombings of Tokyo and so on.
True.
The reason they never bring that up is because if you use conventional weapons, like everyone used conventional weapons, the Soviets used it, the Americans used it, the Brits used it, the Free French used it, the Polish resistance used it, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens is, like, if you say the conventional weapons used in Japan was bad, and what about the conventional weapons used in Germany? You get what I mean, right?
Right.
So you create the narrative that the big bad was the nuclear bomb that the Americans used because they had no choice, but that killed a lot of innocent Japanese. You get what I mean, right? You create a narrative that keeps the Japanese happy, which keeps the Americans happy, and keeps the Soviets at bay.
I do think that that there is some credence to the nature of the nuclear bombing due to the fact that like yes, the bombings across the rest of like mainland Europe, which killed civilians invariably, right?
Yeah.
Did they do yield similar, or in many cases significantly greater casualties than the atomic bombings. However, I think that the atomic bombings, due to the fact that it's literally just 2 bombs which were able to make a that big of a dent, is kind of like, oh, okay, oh shit, like the Oppenheimer quote. What is it?
I'm God, the destroyer of worlds. I'm death, the destroyer of worlds. Oh, that's from one of our religious texts. Text, by the way.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No, he quoted it. Yeah.
Nah, see, I understand that, Baba. My take on the entire Japanese rebrand thing is the West takes an L, Japan joins them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's something like that. And the American occupation of Japan wasn't as bad as, let's say, the Western occupation, like the Allies' occupation of Germany.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, no way. Yeah. No chance it was as bad.
So it's like, see, to be honest, I think the Japanese should just accept that, they fucked up, apologize to the Koreans. No, not apologize, just accept that, they fucked up, their ancestors were monsters. In fact, the Chinese and the Koreans will be much more easier to handle if, okay, maybe the Chinese not so much, because the Chinese, it's a whole different topic when it comes to the Chinese. The Koreans would be more willing to work with the Japanese, because the Koreans and Japanese are capable of being, how to put, natural allies when it comes to their geopolitical situation.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
It's just that the shit that the Japanese did in history kind of soured the entire relationship.
Yeah. It's definitely a pride thing, but it's also
it's an honor thing. It's like, however, Indians do not Indians don't want to accept that they fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
It's something simple. That's like most Asian cultures. It goes into the entire family honor thing. Like, if let's say, so if I fuck up, I'm not just insulting myself. I'm insulting my entire family and my clan, by extension.
It's kind of interesting in some sense. America. This is again off topic, but kind of related. We recognize that we fuck up. But we just don't do anything about it.
Nah, see, the thing about the American thing is that I would say it's more of Western things. It's more society is more individualistic. I think you fuck up, it's your fault. It's not your great grandfather's fault. You get what I mean, right?
Yeah, 100%. No, and I guess I could never really, like, I can understand it on paper, but
See, I think it's a dumb system. Like, yeah, it goes back to me not wanting my aunt going through my stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like boundaries. See, in fact, I'm so scared that they may take my stuff that I'm hiding all my investments in safes around the house that they can't reach. I'm like, what if they take my gold? Because that actually happened with my mom and my aunt once. My mom got pissed because she took my mom's necklace. Obviously, I understand. My mom has all right to be pissed because you can't just take her stuff.
Right.
You get what I mean, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The thing is, see, this entire clan-based structure thing would have worked well back in the day, but now, we should move on. Hey, talking about that, I think I kind of skipped this topic a bit. There was this Indian politician who kind of said the biggest health crisis in India is not COVID. It's like was that women are not getting pregnant. Women are not wanting to get married and having kids. I'm like, is that a big crisis? Don't we have like 100? It wasn't like, let's say, like the what call that the birth rate falling down, thereby in the future our economy might collapse. It wasn't something that was like women's job is to give birth to babies and stay at home.
So he took the moral route.
No, he took the asshole route.
Yeah, the moral as in being a douchebag route.
Yeah. No, and another thing is, even when women want kids, they want to adopt kids. I'm like, what's wrong with adopting kids? It's perfectly normal.
Yeah, like also like you're in the it's the most dense by population country in the world, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it is.
There's plenty.
No, I won't say it's. I'd say one of the third or fourth. But then one of the densest would be Bangladesh, our neighbor.
Oh right. Oh true.
The overall population with the second.
True. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Still though, it's pretty fucking dense.
Yeah, it is. And the funny thing is that like pockets of densely populated areas and the rest are like sparsely populated.
Mm-hmm.
I think half the population of my state. Let me just check. Let me just check how much is the population of my state and city.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so mega city 7. Okay, this one's outdated, but 2011 is 7. Okay. About 10% of the entire state's population is situated in my city.
Wow.
And there are like, I think 3 other major cities, and everything else is more or less sparsely populated.
You know what's pretty interesting?
Yeah, that's in my state. And some other states, the cities are sparsely populated, the rural areas are densely populated.
I wanted to look it up just to compare. So New York City, its population, 18,823,000. Let's stop this. Now let's go see New York State. Right?
I'm saying the case of New York, there'll be more densely populated in the city.
Yeah, there's 18 million people in the city. The state has 20 million.
Yeah, upstate New York is pretty sparsely populated.
Yep. It's basically Ohio, frankly.
But if you let's say I don't know, maybe Kansas would be more rural distribution, I guess. It's something like that over here as well. Like my state was considered pretty developed because one of the British headquarters, like regional headquarters, used to be here. What used to the city I live in used to be was built by the British.
Mm-hmm.
What used to be a shitty fishing village that the local kings gave to the Brits because they didn't want to give them any useful land is now the city from which they rule. Imagine that. It's a shitty city, if you ask me, and these guys made it worse. The river we have is now a sewer. I'm not making that; it's a sewer.
Wow. That's.
It's like, I don't know how to put it. It's weird. And it's something that Americans would love to read. Like you guys like Game of Thrones, you love this shit. Like we have like our previous, we call them a chief minister. That's like the equivalent of a state governor. One of them, he died from gold poisoning.
Gold?
Yeah. So what happens is like there are some dishes in Indian dishes where you have like a tiny sheet of metal on top, like gold or silver.
Oh, like gold or something.
Yeah. So see, not a normal person eats less of it that the system can process it and remove it.
Yeah.
Now this brilliant guy decided to eat huge chunks of it every day.
Oh, delightful.
Because according to him, it made him look shiny.
It made him look shiny?
And made it, let's see, the thing is that there's this entire thing about wanting to look white over here. So it made him look shiny and white. So yeah, system couldn't process it and he passed away.
I am a little aware of the odd kind of color,
That's
tone bias, skin tone bias, if you will.
yeah. It's like see the thing about that here is it used to be more prominent when back in the day. Now it's becoming less of a thing because like I'd say, or maybe it's like my privilege talking because not because of my skin tone. I'm pretty dark, but I come from I'm in a pretty high enough position where my skin tone doesn't really matter. But when you're, let's say you're a secretary or a waitress, it kind of plays over there. Because unlike let's say other countries where you can't discriminate by skin tone, race or gender, here you can there are no Indian laws which stop you from discriminating on that basis.
Right.
On let's say the lower income jobs, like if you're a secretary,
yeah,
then they can discriminate you on the basis of you have to be fair and female.
What the fuck, man?
So like me saying that it's kind of reduces because it's kind of reduced in let's say a more higher income society. And the way that when you're gonna search for a spouse, if my family starts searching for a husband, maybe some of the guys they see might bring it up. You get what I mean?
No,
hypothetically, that is.
I watched this is gonna sound awful. I watched a show on Netflix, right? A while ago. I forget exactly what it was called.
I think I know what show you're talking about. The one about it's like a documentary series about women wanting to turn white in India, right?
No, it wasn't that. It was this show that was like a matchmaking show. It was called I want to say it was called like Indian Matchmaker or something. I don't know. I might be misremembering the name, but basically the premise was that there's this person who was a matchmaker, and like they would talk to this girl or something, and like she'd be like, "Oh, what are you into?" And she's like, "Well, someone not too dark," was like her first thing, and I'm like, "What the what?"
Oh yeah, that's common. That's common.
No, and I was just like, "Huh," and then I did some more research into it after that. I was like, "Huh, that's a thing. I didn't know."
It's a really popular thing.
But the fact that you can just say that and then it gets on Netflix in fucking America, it's like it's just kind of wild.
The thing is, you can always bring up it's part of our culture, God.
Yep, true.
Which say I think stuff like this should. You know what? There's this entire skincare line of skincare product that promise to turn you white.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that thing's well. The funny thing is, it actually turns you darker. So what happens is, you keep using it. It provides a protective layer against UV radiation.
I'm like, oh no, I'm
okay. To a small extent, not to the extent where it completely blocks off your skin. Because if you want to do that, just cover your face completely.
Wow.
But what happens with that? Once you stop using it, your skin's used to not having that much UV radiation on top of it. That suddenly turns dark immediately. Huh. It's like some companies in India are extremely powerful to the point where going against them is basically suicide.
Right.
There's one company which I will not name for both our sakes that has a habit of copyright striking people on YouTube if they criticize them.
Oh.
So
don't risk that.
Nah, I'm not gonna say the name. I'll tell it to you off stream. For those who are interested, just Google that. Indian companies striking YouTubers for criticizing them. And search for coding as well while you're at it. You'll get it. It's like hard, but it's like we kind of created after the collapse of the Soviet Union, after 2008. India kind of, on paper at least, didn't feel the brunt of the economic crisis, even though in all actuality we felt it.
Right.
So what we did was we made it tough for Indian businesses to do business in India.
Oh.
So that means more money flows in, thereby inflating our GDP.
Okay. I guess that's one way to solve it, but not a good way to solve it.
Yeah, so after that, slowly, that kind of eliminated many of the smaller businesses, leading to something similar, like an oligarch culture in India. Not to the extent in Russia where They're all powerful, but still prominent enough.
Like businesses are powerful.
No, not businesses, families. Families, certain families.
Oh, right.
So if you look at, let's say, Apple, what's the kind guy's name? He's not Steve Jobs' son or his brother or anything like that.
Yes, I forget who it is.
Tim Cook. Tim Cook isn't Steve Jobs' brother or son or anything of that sort. Same thing with Sundar Pichai. He's not related to the founders of Google. Meanwhile, India, many companies, not all of them, many of them go from father to son, or father to daughter, or mother to son, mother to daughter. It's a dynasty. It's a business dynasty. So that kind of creates an oligarch culture in a way.
No, that is nepotism, is what it's called. It is.
No, I won't call it nepotism. I'll just call it up their own ass. So I think.
True.
Because many of these, like the current generation of many of these families, I don't know how to put it, they kind of suck. Like, till during the Cold War, these families had to fight for survival. Because one way we had a trigger-happy government that would nationalize any company that crosses their path. On the other hand, you have a hungry population who would love to, take you down. So they had a level of ruthless efficiency which kept them afloat. Now the current generation is, I don't know, they're like, they're too complacent, yeah. And for example, there's one guy, I'm not gonna give his name, because he's gonna sue me.
Right, yeah.
So what happened was his business was built by his grandfather. So when his father took over, when his father was close to retiring, he kinda eliminated his father from the business. It didn't kill him, like got rid of his father, left him out in the streets. So, and now he's in power, and he's training his daughter to do, and most probably he's training his daughter to take over, and I'm quite sure his daughter will do the same.
I mean, kind of serves him right?
Nah, it serves him right, but it creates a culture of where, the most ruthless among your kids takes over.
Right, it's like how praying mantises eat their...
It's like, it's like getting a tiger shark to run a company. Not a good idea.
Yeah.
And there's one. That's one extreme. The other extreme is they don't want their kids to see any suffering. So there's she's I think 26, close to my age. I'm not 26 years old. She's the managing director of a bank because daddy bought the bank.
Oh, they're like perfect.
And she doesn't have any educational qualification. She just dropped out of Oxford. See, dropping out of Oxford, starting a company, yeah, fine, nothing wrong with that. But dropping out of Oxford and becoming the managing director of a bank, I don't know about that. That seems...
I think specifically a bank, too.
Like a women's development bank.
Rely on that.
A women's development bank.
I would like to see some... how to put it? What's the term I'm looking for? It's right on the tip of my tongue. Quality of work, or maybe qualifications. I'd like to see some qualifications.
Yeah, she has a musical career. If you want to get ear cancer, I can share you that. I'm joking. I'm like, how is this a thing? How is this not considered a war crime? It's bad. It's like too much auto-tune.
Oh wow.
And not strategically used. It's just all auto-tune.
Like it's not even tasteful in any way. It's just like...
It's like, early 2000s pop.
Yes.
Imagine the worst of that.
Oh. Okay.
There's that, then there's her younger brother wanted to play. So we have a sport called cricket. It's like baseball, but easier. Like, see, in baseball, you have to swing the bat high, and this thing, the ball bounces and comes up. So it's easier to hit.
Oh.
It's like, we have 11 people, trying to catch the ball, 10 people catching the ball, 1 person behind the batsman. You have like 3 stumps where you have to hit the stump to get for the person to get out. The rules are varied, but the simplest thing is it's baseball, but considerably easier.
Oh, okay. So
it's a British sport that became popular in India, which is pretty popular in India. In fact, more Indians play. It's more popular in India than anywhere else. So her younger brother wanted to be a cricket player really bad. He wanted to play in our Premier League. So daddy bought him a play spot into one of the teams.
Australia is really big into cricket too.
Australia, South Africa, the Caribbean.
Man, everywhere the English touch.
The funny thing is, it's more popular outside UK than inside the UK.
It's very funny to me.
And the thing is, it actually makes sense that soccer or football. Like we call it football. I'm quite sure you guys call it soccer.
Yeah.
It's quite that's more popular in England because you don't need fancy equipment for that sport. You just need a ball. Just need a ball.
Like
but the
goal-shaped thing.
The thing is, but if you don't play with a professional ball, it's better you get the protection of the proper shoes.
Yeah, right. But I mean, like that's.
Yeah, no, that's
You can play soccer.
Yeah, true. Nah, I used to play football in university, high school and university. That's why. I kind of broke my toenail when doing trials when I used ordinary shoes.
Ooh.
I had to convince Dad to get me the professional ones.
True. I mean, that'll happen if you.
No, and he was pretty okay with it because he used to play football in university. Which was considered who he played. Like back then, it was not that popular among Indians. Now it's kind of gaining traction because it's easy to play. All you need is a ball.
Right.
All you need is one ball for like 22 people. So yeah, talking about cricket, it's like so this guy got into a team, played for like one season, then decided that he's feeling depressed, so he wants to take a hiatus from playing cricket.
That's kind of funny.
Rich people. It's like thing is, I don't have anything but rich people, but I hate when rich people let their kids do what they want.
Oh right, it's like just like douchey, chuggy rich people.
It's like how, but rich Indians like to brag. We like to show off. Yeah, we like to flaunt our wealth. It's like how, but some people there are some the extremely wealthy that are secretive, but quite a lot of people like to flaunt their wealth.
Yeah, let me tell you, plenty of people like to do it here too.
See, it's not like a guy who has a mortgage on his car. I'm talking about actual wealth. Like wealth from before the British invaded.
Oh, okay. So like
royalty.
There's gold to back it up. Like it's.
No, so there's this one family. According to Indian law, post-independence, no one's allowed to maintain their royal titles.
Mm-hmm.
So no one's supposed to be considered prince or something or king or something or whatever. But there's one city where the king of the dynasty is still treated like a king.
Oh.
Like you parade him around in temples and shit.
He just is and everything but name a king.
So for all intents and purposes, he's technically the king of that city still, because law enforcement kind of responds to him. And the funny thing is, he lives in Paris.
He lives in Paris?
He lives in Paris, but he's the king of a random princely state in India.
He doesn't even live in the... Doesn't even live in the state or in the city.
It's called the country.
Not even in the country. Not even on the same continent.
No, his house gets law enforcement protection. I mean, his palace where his mother lives.
Bro's working remote, like in the hardest possible way.
No, he predates the entire work from home system. No, the funny thing about that clan is, according to legend, they cannot produce male hairs.
Oh.
And which has been according to them, like they were vassal state for one of the major kings around the area. So that king dropped his wife over to stay at these guys' place. She owned a necklace. These guys wanted said necklace, so they kind of robbed her and left her out on the streets.
Oh, of course.
And she cursed them to have no male hairs. Oh, that's how the story goes.
Mm-hmm.
I think they have a genetic defect. Let me just put it out there. So what they did was, each king will have daughters, and he'll adopt sons. He'll adopt a son to take the line. So they used his son is infertile, his adopted son is infertile argument to to prop up this myth.
Well,
But the one thing they overlook is his adopted son happens to be his nephew.
hmm.
From either his wife's side or his side, and his wife happens to be his cousin. Enough inbreeding can do that to you.
Yeah. Yep. The old Habsburg.
Yeah, I'd say these are modern day Habsburgs who live in Paris.
Yeah. he ain't too far. He's good 2 countries over, so
And 2 continents over, they'll be fine.
yeah. I like to think he's on like a little iPad on the throne.
Watching us stream right now, me bitching about him.
Yeah, it's just like
It's like, just wait till you visit my city again. I'm gonna kill you.
it's like Karen from SpongeBob. He's got like a little. He has a little screen that shows him in the throne room, and he's in Paris, eating escargot and I don't know, smoking cigarettes. I don't know what do Parisians do.
See, the question is, what does he do?
True. What does he do?
What does he do in Paris? Doesn't he, like, see, thing is, after a certain point, doesn't he get bored?
Right.
Doesn't he get bored and just... I'm not talking about Paris, I'm just talking about, that life.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? Like, you're just chilling out on a throne. You have people to carry you around.
Right. Like it has to get old. And I'm sure you got like back pain after a while.
Let me just pull up a picture of him. I'm not gonna post it over here because even he can sue me for defamation.
Is in Paris suing. For
Yeah, but he come all the way to India and sue me.
True. True.
Let me just find the current one. It's a noble. Yeah, I know it's a noble title. It's officially abolished in 1950, but they still have it. Where is that? I don't want that. I want my current I want the current guy. Oh, apparently he has a Rolls Royce. Okay, so yeah, the one I was talking about, I think he passed away because there's a new one in charge.
Oh, so there's now another guy living in Paris in his place.
Or maybe abdicated because I don't know. Here you go. This guy looks pretty okay.
Okay, I mean,
He looks like a normal person.
yeah, he does just kind of look like a dude.
And he's married. According to the news, he apparently married Anna Royal. I'm like, aren't all these abolished? Aren't all these titles abolished? In a way, there's like this entire underground system where royalty still exists. They just transformed themselves into businessmen, and the palaces, they just like, to stop the government from seizing them, they just transformed it into hotels. You can just pay and live there. It's an Airbnb, it's an expensive Airbnb.
Awesome.
Yeah, side hustle. And the shit ton of gold, yeah, that doesn't exist. Oh, so talking about gold, interesting fact, they're not the government. Indian women are one of the largest holders of gold in the world.
Interesting.
About 30% of our gold reserves is held by Indian women. Indian housewives, to be precise.
Wow.
The gold has a cultural aspect to us. Even though I don't like wearing gold.
Interesting.
It gets a bit too cold. Or too hot based on various things. The entire thing about the more gold you wear, the more prominent you are is a big thing.
Oh.
Like for example, one of my aunts not related to me by blood married into my family. You know the myth about the Romanov family, the Russian royal family, that it took several rounds to kill them because they were wearing that much gold.
Oh right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my aunt. I'm quite sure she's like pathetic. That's all you wore. I wore like 5 times what you wore. I wore like 5 times what you wore.
Just currently got like a chainmail kind of vibe going.
Gilgamesh from Fate.
Let me-
Let me just just send that to you. It's like it's multiple pieces of gold overlapped over. So like it's like 5 necklaces of different sizes. So it kind of looks like a chest plate. And then you have, and then what else do you have? You have. Let me just find it. Let me just see if I can find a picture of what it looks like. Yeah, I think I found one. So yeah. No, just simply like you have multiple necklaces overlapped like on top of each other. That it kind of looks like a chest plate.
It does. Oh, no, that.
And we have some. We call it bangles. It's like a couple of bracelets that you wear till you're. Which. And below this, you have like a gold belt.
That's gotta be heavy.
It is.
It's gotta be. Hope you don't have to run anywhere. Jeez.
Maybe, just maybe the entire purpose of this is to make sure the brides don't run away from their wedding.
It's all a ploy. It's all a ploy.
It was all a ploy. Like, it is heavy. It's extremely heavy.
Yeah, no. That certainly looks heavy. I wonder how posture is affected.
They don't wear it every day, just for the wedding.
Oh, okay, it's just for the wedding. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, see, if you wear this every day, someone's gonna bug them. Because you can feed an entire village with what she's wearing.
No, genuinely, that is insane. Oh, so it's like a wedding dress.
It's a wedding thing, yeah. But thing is, my aunt, for some reason, she likes to wear that a lot. Like, it goes back to flaunting your wealth.
Yeah.
See, me, I just like keeping my gold as tiny little biscuits in a locker somewhere. Some are in my bank, some are at home,
Mm-hmm.
Little bars of shinies. But and the thing about jewelry is it's not that easy to carry around. Let's say hypothetically, there is some need for me to, let's say, exit the country quietly. God forbid something bad happens.
Right.
I won't say jewelry is that effective. Just have tiny little bars, all in nice little packets, carry the background.
Mm-hmm.
It's the thing about gold is many people the more gold you have on your wedding day, the more the more blessed your wedding is gonna be, or some shit like that.
Oh, it's like a long and prosperous marriage.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay,
so people then there's this entire gray. I won't call it a black market. I'd call it more of a gray market where people's work are rent gold.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's just like a.
So you give them let's say the keys to your car or something like that. They loan you the gold. It's actually it's more like a pawn shop sort of system. You pawn your stuff for gold and you get it back when you return the gold.
Oh.
That's one way of doing it, but the thing about that is that's kind of like how about not worth it. If you want to wear gold, wear your own shit.
Right, yeah, because like also like at what point it's just like this gold I will have to go return to the store that I will never see again.
This gold that I got from a shady guy from the local pawn store.
Right, there's no sentimentality there.
Okay, and
I suppose if you're superstitious, then
the thing is, I think then see, even though I like gold as an investment and something I like to look at,
mm-hmm.
I would see. Many people may disagree with me. I don't think gold has any religious or spiritual significance whatsoever. In fact, I'd argue that it has more of a negative impact than a positive impact. Because I've seen fights over gold. I've seen nations have destroyed each other over gold.
Right. I look at the way the Spanish treated.
Yeah, like people, entire civilizations have been enslaved because of gold.
Right.
So how good is gold really?
Yeah, you probably say it's not great. Probably say its effect on the world has been
Negative. But,
bad.
but from my personal sense, it's been positive because it made me rich. Richer than what I am.
I mean, I can't knock the hustle, right?
Yeah. See, and I like the shiny yellowish gold color. So.
Mhm.
But thing is, the entire thing about see, it's like saying that defense company stocks are sacred. No, they're not.
Mhm.
See, I would say that defense companies inherently are evil by design because that's their function in society.
Mm.
But my take is they're necessary evil. I would love to see a world where defense contractors don't exist.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
I mean, like a world where there's no need for defense contractors.
No, yeah, that would be phenomenal.
But until we reach that in a point in time, you accept the facts.
Right.
That's my take on gold. It's like it's a necessary evil for time being in our society.
Mhm.
And talking about gold prices go up a lot over here. That's why in every stream I do on finance, I just say invest in gold.
Yeah, and it is. I suppose it's less of a safe investment here in the U.S. due to the fact that kind of just no one cares in a lot of ways. But
I'd say when I say it's a good investment, it's not like I'm talking about the international market. I'm talking about, let's say, hedge funds and the guys in Wall Street.
Yeah.
Like over here, gold may have a. See, people selling gold here is pretty rare. Like individuals selling gold here is pretty rare. Because the only time you ever sell your gold is when you're like dirt poor. Due to the religious and cultural significance. I won't even call it a religious thing. It's because every faith in India, the Christians, the Muslims, the Hindus, the Sikhs, I don't know much about the Jains and gold, but every major religion in India, they have gold. They wear gold to their weddings.
Right.
It's a cultural thing. It's not a religious thing anymore.
So it's like everyone has their pieces.
Yeah.
It's just like kind of tied to you.
Yeah. So if you look at the one I showed, the one I sent to you, that's more of a Hindu design, but there are more Christianized designs as well. Or more Islamic designs for Muslim weddings.
Interesting.
It's like any group that I know desire to merge with our culture, kind of took the spot to heart. They're like, we like the shiny. We should wear the shiny.
I mean, I do like some shiny.
No, we all like the shiny. That's the whole point of it. But the thing about, let's say, gold over here is like no one sells it. People buy, but they don't sell.
Interesting.
So I'd say that when it comes to overall trade of gold, there's more flow of gold in the States than over here. I mean, like two-way flow of gold in the States than over here.
Right.
Because
do you import a lot of gold?
Yeah, a lot.
Okay. So I was gonna say, because that's not sustainable.
No, we import a shit ton of gold.
Suppose in terms of making generational wealth, though, it will eventually work.
No, the thing about gold in India is it's like no one sees it as an investment. It's like, okay, my mother bought it. Let's say my grandmother gave this to me. I shall wear it to my wedding. I mean, something like that. Like many of my family see me, they look at me weird when I talk about gold as an investment. I say family, I mean my extended family. My parents are pretty cool.
Right.
And my entire what called that the liberal capitalist mentality came from my dad. So my grandfather was a communist. My dad's a capitalist.
Ah, I see.
My dad never knew granddad. He passed away early. So my dad's view of the world was shaped by himself. And by his uncle, my great uncle, who's my great uncle, my granddad's younger brother, who was a nationalist, who was a regional nationalist. Yeah, when it comes to our version of Thanksgiving is wild. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, what do you get up to there?
No, when I say we have a lot of festivals. So I mean, when the family gets together, it's wild. Like I have an uncle, not related by blood. I married one of my dad's cousins. And my dad was an only child, so he considers his cousins his siblings.
Right.
She married one of my aunts. He's a conspiracy theorist.
He's a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah. According to him, everything. So according, he reads half facts. Okay, like he reads like random shit in history and replaces whatever he wants with something else. Like for example, there's this incident where the Catholic Church was brought in to negotiate a truce between Portugal and Spain on who gets what colonies. And the church drew a random line and said Portugal gets west of this colony, west of this line, Spain gets east of this line. And both sides decided that it's a shitty plan and they didn't go with that. But according to my uncle, no, it wasn't between the Portuguese and the Spanish. It was rather a deal between the Brits and the Spanish. I'm like, why would the Brits listen to the Catholic Church when the Brits were Protestant? And his theory is the Protestant reform is just a cover-up. They're all Catholics secretly. I'm like, you know my mother's a Protestant, right? My mother's a Protestant. He's like, no, your mother's been brainwashed. But I'm like, get the fuck away, get the fuck away. Like, my mother's Christian, my dad's Hindu. So it's like,
it's just in.
Like, I mean that thing. So I made this a point. I took him to a Christian wedding. You should have seen how uncomfortable he was.
That's pretty funny.
Now he's on the belief that the Christians are, the entire anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about how the Jews were going to take over the world and bullshit like that.
Yes.
His take is the same thing, except replace the Jews with Christians.
Bro, they already have.
I mean, not in that sense. You mean like they have Godzilla in the basement sort of shit. Americans secretly have Godzilla and they could release Godzilla on India or some shit like that.
Of course.
I'm like, yes, Americans have Godzilla.
Yep.
And yet they never use Godzilla against the Soviets. Why is that?
Yeah, we just keep a bunch of kaiju.
A bunch of kaiju which you never thought about using against the Soviets.
That's what's in Area 51. It's always been in there.
The kaiju.
Yeah.
Or that, or what else? Oh yeah, so he had this weird theory that that early Islamic clan, the Arab clans, pre-Islamic Arab clans were actually Hindu. Maybe like, okay, that's a dumb idea, but go on. And Prophet Muhammad was a secret agent hired by the Catholic Church to convert these Hindus into Muslims. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, the Prophet Muhammad, who predated.
No, he didn't predate. No, he didn't predate Christianity.
Really?
No, he didn't. It was, I think, around 318. That's fine.
Yep. Nope. You're right. Me being wrong. Never mind.
That's fine, sir. We all make mistakes. He died in 632 AD.
Oh.
So.
No, for some reason, I guess I must have gotten the.
You might have gotten one of the earlier prophets, the Jewish prophets.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's been a while since I brushed up on Abrahamic religion.
The thing that his theories about like the Prophet Muhammad is a secret Catholic, and I'm like, what? That's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, at the very least, Catholicism did not exist.
No, it existed. Like Catholicism existed, I think, from Saint Peter. That's like, I don't know, 3080, or at least in spirit.
Right. True. So maybe it's like, I don't know. Regardless, that is still a batshit insane theory.
No, it's batshit insane. Another thing is, the entire Russian invasion right now going on.
Yeah.
According to him, Putin's right. The Ukrainians are neo-Nazis. They have the Americans have a bioweapons lab, and the Ukrainians have nukes.
Oh, of course.
I'm like, if the Ukrainians have nukes and they're supposed to be these evil Nazis, why didn't they use said nukes? Just saying, they have like the most powerful weapon known to man, just chilling out in their basement. Why aren't they using it?
I mean, like, the worst part is that that's probably not as crazy. Like that. Okay, it's crazy. It's a crazy thought, but it's probably not the most far-fetched thing that a lot of people will believe.
See, this is one of his more tamer ones.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, like, man,
his
like
wilder ones are something like the entire world, like since I don't know 1 million BC, I guess. The white people have been plotting the downfall of India. I'm like, white people didn't know India existed back in the day. Like the ancient Greeks thought India was this mystical land with magical monsters.
Yeah, it's like we thought trying to get in here
But what do you mean? They've been planning since good, and he always uses this. He has like a get out of jail free card. If so you catch him in his bullshit. It just says that you're being corrupted by the West. Everything you learned is a lie.
Yep. You're brainwashed.
You're being brainwashed by the West. No, and the thing is, it kind of gets scary because it goes into those guys. You know, the Twin Towers. Those guys were being the good guys and shit like that. I'm like, okay, you're not talking anymore. Take his phone away from him. Take his phone away from him. He's not reading any of this.
Get him off.
Get him off Indian Fox News. No, but we have our own version of Fox News. We have this angry lady who just keeps screaming at shit.
That's kind of funny. But also
I'm like, get him off Indian Fox News. He's not watching that shit anymore. So the funny thing about that is like, so the thing about that news agency is, I'm not going to give that name because lawsuits. They start off as a pretty decent YouTube channel that kind of covered the unspecified virus of unknown origin pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
And then they realized that just covering news ain't that great. Let's crank it up further. Now I'm not saying that they pushed every conspiracy theory that my uncle believes in. In fact, half the shit he believes in, they won't believe in it. But they kind of push the Fox News like narrative when it comes to, like, you know how Fox News is, right? USA is being attacked by immigrants.
Yep.
The world is against us. We have to barricade our borders. The Mexicans are going to invade us.
Victim news, if you will.
Yeah. So just replace USA with India, Mexico with Sri Lanka or Bangladesh, and China with Pakistan. That's it. You have this thing. You have Indian Fox News. And just replace Tucker Carlson with the angry brown lady. Like, okay, so one of the articles, like, I read the articles ironically. It's like, I used to read RT articles ironically, like Russian RT, Russia state back media. In fact, I think I did a video on random RT articles that I read, RT posts I found on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
So, what these guys have, what happened was some of the news stories are like, woman gets gang raped in Metaverse. I'm like, I know harassment online exists, and I know that can extend to the Metaverse where people catcall women and speak to, and insult them, speak to them in a demeaning way. But how is it practically feasible for her to get assaulted in the Metaverse?
Right.
I mean, physically assaulted in the Metaverse.
Yeah, there's no physical there.
Yeah, exactly. See, women feel uncomfortable in Metaverse, totally understandable. There being more moderation when it comes to stuff like this, perfectly understandable. Just don't make up another thing. So there was, when the entire world this was pre-Russia-Ukraine crisis, like when the Russians were building up their forces on the border. Every news agency covering something reasonable. These guys, we are not going to get inducted into the Galactic Federation because of the Russia-Ukraine crisis. I'm like, what the fuck is the Galactic Federation?
We are on step like 90. I'm at like step 1, bro. I'm gonna need you to run it back.
Okay, so apparently there's this entire like, I think someone saw far too many Star Trek episodes and thought it was a documentary from space.
I guess so.
And if you think, see, these guys produce the batshit crazy stories, but press and yes, terrible. I'll give you an example. So, the article says something, the title says something else. There was this entire fake story spreading around that the Indian government has stepped in and said that this never happened. Apparently, according to the fake news, Indian students were being physically assaulted by Ukrainian forces because India abstained in the resolution condemning Russia.
Oh.
The truth was, brown people were stopped at the border. Brown and black people were stopped at the border. That's it.
Right. Yeah.
There was no targeting of Indian citizens or anything of that sort. And it wasn't any physical assault or anything like that. They just made them sit longer than the white people.
Right. Which is still bad.
Which is bad, but it's not like how I put it. It's not like you're pushing a narrative where you have to so okay, so what happens with so Indian media was kind of funded by the Soviets back in the day.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So old loyalties still exist. Even though the Russians aren't the Soviets. In fact, you can argue that the Ukrainians are as Soviet as the Russians.
Kind of.
Yeah, so but these guys don't know the difference between the Soviet Union and Russia, so they still kind of feel loyal towards the Russians.
Delightful.
It's weird. Another thing is, so this is like one fake article was there. Another one was Russian aircraft shot down, and guess what aircraft they showed for representation purposes.
What did they show?
U.S. Air Force F-16, I think was the Wild Weasel Squadron. It says U.S. Air Force on top of it. That's the American flag on top of it. How much more numbskull can you be there by classifying this as Russian aircraft?
That is just genuinely awful. Like, that's just legitimate journalism.
Indian journalism at its finest. Another one. A Ukrainian fighter pilot shoots down Russian aircraft. Apparently, the Ukrainian fighter pilot flies an F-35, which Ukraine does not have. And it says Royal Navy on the side.
Delightful. Of course.
And my personal favorite. Top 10 books about the Indian Army you should read. Features a Ukrainian National Guardsman.
Of course.
Oh man, that's like the lowest level of pathetic you can get.
How do you just like do they just copy paste things?
No, so what they do is they just Google fighter jet and they get the first picture and post it over there. So what is I did the exact same thing. I just Googled soldier and I got it right back on that date. The entire talk about the Russian invasion was all the thing. So if you Google soldier at that point, the first hit you get in Google Images is that of a Ukrainian National Guardsman.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, fine, soldier is the same thing, right? We'll just post soldier. Or my personal favorite, UAE cancels F-35 project with USA. I'm like, okay, this is interesting. I read it. Apparently the UAE accepted the F-35 program with the USA. Imagine that. I mean, the titles are designed to, strike fear into people, but the article is just something they copy from the LA Times or the New York Times. Like, sure, they give credit, but the article doesn't say that. The article does not say that the Emiratis decided to cancel the program, or Indian students are being beaten up by Ukrainian forces because of some grudge. You get what I mean, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Ugh.
Yeah, it's like a common statement over here that if you want to be a journalist, just fail in high school.
Man, if you want to be a journalist, fail in high school. If you want to be a politician, go to jail.
Yeah.
Is there any job you need to succeed to do?
Doctor and engineer.
True.
That's like the only two. Now it's kind of changing, but back in the day, that was like the only two job options. Doctor, engineer, or failure. You want to be doctor, engineer, or failure? Like, okay, you want to be a doctor? No, my parents were pretty chill with that. It's like, the only thing my parents were against was me studying, politics in the university. Because they're like, if you want to be a politician, just go to prison.
Yeah.
It's not like they would recommend that, but it was like a joke in the family. And one of my cousins went to fashion school, dropped out in 3 days, and she went back to architecture school. So, nothing too wild in the family.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when it comes to educational backgrounds, we're just a family of engineers, 3 generations of being engineers. From my mother's side, 2 generations from my father's side.
That's at least none of y'all are cosplaying politicians.
Yeah. The funny thing is, I actually found out that one of our the family's so big that you only find out during weddings and funerals that you're related to someone.
Right.
So apparently, similar to the British system, we actually have something similar to the House of Lords.
Oh.
I was like, why do we have that? Isn't the entire concept of a country that we're against royalty?
Right.
They're like, just don't ask too many questions. So one of my relatives through my aunt's marriage, not related to me by blood, apparently served it. I'm like, really? And I did not know that.
Oh.
I only got to know it because she passed away. My mom's like, your great aunt passed away. Which one? They're all fine, right? Like, no, this is one. I'm like, I've never met her. Like, yes, you met her when you were like 3 years old.
I'm like, well, effectively, no, I haven't.
I haven't met her. I can't remember her. The worst thing is weddings. They're like, do you remember me? I'm like, I want to say yes, but I can't say yes because they'll bring up some other story which I do not remember.
And you're just like, of course. I do recall that when I was 8. And I didn't know what I was doing. Didn't know I was alive, basically.
It gets better. Okay, so since I'm like my parents still live in the Middle East, so since I'm their quote unquote representative over here, like all the wedding invitations that are sent to them come to me.
Do you have to go to them?
No, not it's up to me. And my parents let me choose.
Oh, good. Okay, I was gonna say it would probably get real annoying if you had to go to all of them.
No, it's not that bad. Like it's like there'll be like wedding season, and then it'll stop. And it's like most of my cousins are like little sets of age groups. So it'll be like 1 month in 1 year, particular year would be crowded. Rest of it would be free. So it's like either I go, I might get one my great aunt to go, and so on. It's like whoever knows that particular part of the family better goes. So funny thing is one of these weddings which I went alone. I go like, and they have an entire thing where each guest goes on stage and takes a picture with the bride and groom. The bride was related to me, a second cousin of mine who I've never met. So on stage, I'm like, yes, I'm related to you through this. And I explained to her the family tree of how we're related.
You get like a little like spreadsheet together.
No, it's like each person stays at most 1 minute on stage.
I see.
I'm like, yes, I'm related to my mother's name is this. She happens to be your mom's cousin. Thereby, we're related.
Wow. Let me just get a picture.
And here's my wedding gift to you. A stack of money in an envelope. That's the only gift I give. Because my mom's like, okay, buy something. Like, okay, what do I buy? That's me the whole time. I'm bad at choosing gifts for weddings.
I mean, like, especially when you do not know this person at all.
No, so the thing about weddings, and like at least when it comes to traditional weddings, is it's mostly silver that they give us gifts. Or mostly silver or something that they keep, or something they can keep in the new home, because it's assumed that the moment you get married, it's a new home. Like since you bring a new person in, it's considered a new home. So it's either like a heavy, it's like either a microwave, which I don't want to carry around.
Right, you don't want to bring that there.
I don't want to bring that thing. No, even if it's wrapped, I don't want to carry the thing around. Or it's like it's a piece of silver, but the thing is, my taste in shiny stuff is considered pretty weird.
True.
My mom's like, no, Cookie, you cannot buy the silver skull.
If they want a microwave, they can use the money you gave them to buy a microwave.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. And see, the funny thing about my mom is she actually had a human skull when she was younger.
A human skull?
A human skull.
She was given a human skull.
But by one of her friends in medical school.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm like, you kept a human skull and yet you don't let me have animal skulls at home. Not exactly animal skulls. Like some of the stuff she's against me or my sister having. I'm like, you had a human skull. You had a human skull.
Oh. That's kind of dope. I'd put that on like the mantle or something.
No, she did that. And my mom was pretty different when she was younger. You're like, you had a human skull, you had a collection of butterflies, dipped in acetone, kept on, she framed it. I'm like, yeah, like, I keep telling my sister this every now and then. Our mom was bald back in the day. She had a pet.
Cool.
She had a pet duck.
A pet duck?
A pet duck.
Man. That is cool.
She had a pet duck.
Pet duck, human skull, butterfly collection.
And the best thing is she actually kind of got a pet frog by accident.
do you accidentally does it just hop into your house and never leave?
No, so what happens is tadpoles, like, back in the day, there used to be, like, tiny streams in many neighborhoods. Like, where rainwater gets collected.
Yeah.
So, so the frogs tend to lay their eggs during the monsoon season over there, and tadpoles come out. My mom, when she was a kid, she was under the assumption that's a fish, even though my grandma told her, no, it's a tiny frog. It's a young frog. My mom's like, no, young frogs look like tiny frogs. They're like smaller frogs. This is a fish. She got a jar of tadpoles and raised them into frogs.
That's pretty funny.
Nah, and the thing is, my granddad was, from my mother's side, he liked dogs.
Mhm.
There were like quite a lot of dogs, a duck that my mom had for some reason.
How do you get a duck? You just take it home?
Okay, this is one thing many people outside the region find weird. Farm animals live in cities as well.
No, I mean, I guess it makes sense. I mean, if that's where your business is, right?
I mean, like my neighbor, like a few blocks down the street, she has a pet duck, she has a pet chicken, and she has 2 dogs.
And I guess if they're just treated like pets there as opposed to like...
So some people treat them like, actually, my grandma wanted a cow. I said, no, we're not having a cow in the house. We're not gonna have a cow in this house. Who's gonna feed it? Who's gonna wash it? Who's gonna get rid of the shit?
Yeah, no. Maybe not in the home.
No, some people have a cow inside. When I say inside, it's not close. You have like an outdoor backyard sort of area where you keep the cow.
Right, yeah, I was gonna say, like, there's no, like, cow's not chilling in my living room.
No, it's not chilling in your living room. You just have like a... no, think about cows are... They're some of the most dangerous animals I've seen.
Oh, no, yeah, they will fuck you up. They are... like, they are huge. They're massive. They have horns. Sometimes.
Okay, that's the American type. Indian cows are skinny.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're skinny. It's a different breed.
Sure. I guess, I mean, okay, that does make sense because...
It's a different subspecies.
They're for,
Yeah, but think about Indian cows, it's not one, it's like the entire herd that, goes after you. That's when things get really scary.
True.
So my grandma wanted a cow, one of my cousins wanted a pet monkey. See, the thing about animals over here is, if you know the right person, you can get it. As long as it's not a tiger or an elephant. Even an elephant, you can get an elephant.
That's kind of cool, actually. I'm kind of into that.
Thing about elephant is I'm actually against the elephant trade, because elephants being treated as kept as pets because...
It doesn't sound good.
No, because most of them are treated like circus animals.
Oh. That's not cool. I don't like that.
So it's not exactly something I'll go for. Okay, the only animals that you cannot buy would be a crocodile. But if you know the right person, if you know someone in the forest department, they can smuggle you a crocodile egg. So the thing is, the Indian forest department, at least in my state, they have a program where they breed crocodiles and release them into the wild. So, but the thing is that the amount they breed is in a controlled environment, so most of the eggs get destroyed.
I see.
But if you know the right people, pay a couple of them then they can smuggle you an egg.
I don't know why you would want a crocodile, really.
See, I find crocodiles adorable.
I mean, yeah, they're kind of cute, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like the danger of it would.
See, more than the danger, it's like this is an exclusively Indian problem. The water supply. See, we have rains, but we always have a drought.
Right. Like, how are you gonna taking care of a crocodile? Is it? And even then, like, how do you find enough meat?
That's what I say. Thing about crocodiles is surprising they eat less. You just have to feed them like 3 times a week.
Wow. Okay.
Just go to a local store, ask for a goat or a cow that's been slaughtered, or get some fish, feed it.
True. I guess fish would be...
No, it's like, give it a diet of fish, like, let's say, it just keeps switching between fish and meat. But the thing about crocodile is, The neighbors are gonna shit their pants when they see it.
Oh, 100%, right?
That's the only thing. The neighbors are gonna shit their pants. Some idiot's gonna, try to stick his hand inside the crocodile's mouth.
Yeah.
Because, like, where I live, there's like a government, all boys government school nearby.
Mm-hmm.
If I have a pet crocodile, some idiot's gonna stick his hand into it.
Right.
And I'm gonna get put behind bars for owning owning a dangerous animal.
Right. I think the it's just the nature of being near crocodiles is that people just become stupid.
No, see that's not just crocodiles. That's any animal.
Right. That too. That too.
Another thing is like how, like, one thing I found was, so one of my cousins, his university has pet emus for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
My first question is why? Why do you need that? Second of all, how many of your students have been killed by said birds?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so far, no. I'm like, you're telling me your university that's famous for rampant drug use, alcoholism, hasn't had one idiot go and fight the emu and get trampled to death.
The Australians can beat them. What do you think?
But these aren't Australians, these are skinny Indian kids. Like, whose average height is like about 5'7" to 5'8".
That's whack. That's weird. It's
I'm like, my thing is, why does a university need emus? What
Right,
function does said emu bring to a university?
like, why are you spending money on this? Like, why is this in the budget? The emu fund for the budget. Why is this a thing?
The funny thing is that university is funded by the Catholic Church, at least partially. I'm like, why is the Pope funding this shit? Does he know that the emu is being kept in the university that they fund?
I'm gonna get my boy Francis on the phone.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, bro, why? Why this?
Right. Crack down on this, man.
Call the local bishop. Tell him that this ain't cool.
We're bringing this all the way up. We're bringing this all the way up to the Pope.
Yeah, exactly. The Pope needs to look into this. Why do they have emus, which are basically dangerous animals? Now, if you train an emu, I'm quite sure it can kill someone.
Oh yeah.
I'm 100% sure it's more effective than the dinosaurs from Jurassic Park. Or was it Jurassic World?
They're both.
I mean the one where it was the dumbest plot ever. The one where they use a genetically modified dinosaur as a military weapon.
Oh. I think that is Jurassic World. Yes.
I'm like, see, you have a laser pointer. You can point at a target. If there only was a mechanical device where you press a button and a sharp projectile comes out of it, high-speed sharp projectile comes out of it. Imagine that. Like the thing about bioengineer weapons in movies and all this, they get really wrong.
Mm-hmm.
See, no one wants a monkey super soldier.
Right. Like what does that solve? Just like
It makes it tougher.
significantly. It's also significantly more different, probably, to make a animal that is a super soldier than it will be to make a robot that is a super soldier. Know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, exactly. See, another thing about and one line got me laughing, my dad fuming. If we had these guys at Tora Bora, I'm like, yes, imagine that the US military releases a bunch of velociraptors in Tora Bora.
Yep.
Imagine that. Just imagine that.
Surely there will be no issues.
See, it's highly likely that the raptors will just turn on the guys who released them.
No, probably.
And then the world will laugh at them.
Yep.
Yes, the world's superpower decides to release dangerous dinosaurs out into the world. And there's entire plot about us being the recessive species because dinosaurs escaped Dinosaur Island. I think that's just kind of dumb.
Yep.
We have missiles, we have guns.
Right. Like, and also, like, just nuke the place.
Nah, see, I would say nuke is a bit too extreme because, radiation, clouds and all that.
Even then,
But white phosphorus is quite effective.
right? Like I think that the means by which we've discovered to kill each other would be more than enough to.
Yeah, exactly. Or just use a Moab. Just use a Moab.
Yeah, genuine. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
this
biggest.
is the mother of all bombs, the biggest non-nuclear weapon out there. Just use that. Dinosaur Island is gone. Poof. And sure, a bunch of dinosaurs escaped, but how tough is it to take them out?
Right, then it's just like a 20 or 30 smaller incidents.
Yeah.
Which is still bad, but I mean, like.
Yeah, which is bad, but one place is that, and things that's been released in the United States, at least in the movie. The dinosaurs have been released in the United States. One of the most armed countries out there. I mean, civilian populations out there.
Right, the likelihood that they walk into, and also they can't live in the north.
Yeah, exactly. They have to live in Texas. They have to live in Texas and shit. But everyone and their grandma has a gun.
Yeah, just wait until winter, right? Hold out till winter, then they all die in the north if they're in the north. But if they are in the south, everyone has a shotgun.
Right.
Like, and I assure you, a velociraptor is not living that to the face.
No, I believe you there.
I don't know, man. Like they have big necks. They have long necks. So like.
I mean, it's not a honey badger. Even a honey badger, I don't think can take a shotgun to the face.
Right, exactly. Like like a buckshot. You could probably just like take it clean off, right?
And we're just talking about average Texan civilians over here.
Yeah.
See, thing is, in every country has something called a military or a national guard or both.
Yeah, no, that too. Because then just deploy the National Guard.
Yeah, don't deploy the whole national. Just like send like a platoon of them. They'll take care of the job.
They got it. Easy.
See, I'm quite sure Velociraptor is not any more dangerous than say a lion.
A sea lion?
Just a lion.
Oh,
or a tiger.
I think it might be a little faster, maybe.
Lion? Okay, a cheetah. At most.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think a cheetah, yeah. Cheetah is about probably the right thing to compare it to.
Just shoot at them, job done. End of story.
Besides, they're probably afraid of loud noise anyway.
Yeah, use the loud noise to push them to a corner and kill them.
Like it's not like they're going into a city. They're gonna.
And you never know.
I don't know. I feel like because
you're looking at this too logically. I think both of us are looking at this a bit too logically.
I don't know. I think like how loud could the Triassic period have been?
I mean, like one place is that we're talking about a Jurassic World movie.
That's true. No. It's gonna be very melodramatic and very stupid.
Very, see, I'm against animal cruelty, but come on, just come on. See, there's caring for animals, and then there's bringing back the dead from them.
It's almost more cruel to bring them back. Actually.
Yeah. I don't think these aren't dinosaurs because dinosaurs had feathers.
Right. So
it's basically Hollywood cash grabs, more or less.
Yep.
But it's one of those movies you have to watch drunk, not sober. Especially the second one, where they give a blood transfusion from a Tyrannosaurus Rex to Velociraptor.
Yeah,
that's like giving a blood transfusion from an elephant to a rat.
Yep.
Ain't gonna work. Just because they have 3 toes doesn't mean they're the same species.
It's about the same thing. Close enough.
Yeah, so it's possible for us for chimpanzee to give blood transfusions to us, I guess.
Yep.
Exactly. I should try that next time. Next time I go to donate blood, I should tell the doctor that you know what, you should get some chimpanzee volunteers as well.
Yeah, just let me get some. Let me get some primate blood, please. Let me get some gorilla blood. Got that on hand?
You know what? I'll just go to the local zoo. I'll go to the local zoo. I'll be like, you know what? Get those monkeys. Get those monkeys to follow me. We're going to the hospital.
I will carry a stack of bananas.
No, see, think about Indian monkeys. There are multiple subspecies, but there's one subspecies that's like it's the species is wild.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just send you a pic of that. It's called a bonnet macaque. We just refer to as monkey over here. It's like the default monkey.
Okay.
Every other subspecies has its own fancy name. This one's like the default species.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's like pigeons.
Yeah. So unlike other monkeys, this one kind of goes towards urban environments.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in the university I worked in, not the one I worked in. They have a huge monkey population. Let's say the monkeys mug the students.
Mm. They mug the students.
Yeah, exactly. So I see one person called it me being mugged. I would like to hold on to my dignity and saying that me coming to a mutual agreement with the monkey, or not to use violence.
Me and the monkey are trading.
Yeah, I'm training with the monkey for safe passage across its territory.
Yeah.
So apparently, so during that time, I had some food in hand.
Uh-huh.
The monkey, a huge monkey for that species, just jumps in front of me and stretches out its hand. So one of my students was next to me, and he's like, "Hand it over." I'm like, "I'm not gonna hand it over. I paid money for this." He's like, "Don't look behind you, but there are two monkeys ready to pounce on you if you don't hand it over."
What the fuck?
So,
That is insane.
So apparently the same thing happened to him
What?
before. That's why he warned me. He's like he had some food in his backpack. They jumped on him. And the thing is, these monkeys are from a nearby forest reserve. So let's say I whack a monkey.
Right.
In self-defense. I could be prosecuted under the Indian Forest Department Act, I forgot the year, for causing undue violence on a protected species.
It's just kind of.
Even though the species isn't exactly protected.
Huh.
Since it's part of said forest reserve, it's protected.
That's like delightfully silly, actually. It makes me happy to know that monkey muggings are a thing that happen in the world.
No, see, the monkey mugging is actually pretty tame compared to monkey murders.
Oh no, believe me, I don't doubt that that happens. Did you ever hear about the woman in the U.S. who owned an orangutan?
Okay, the one that bit off her face, that one.
Yep.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I'd say that's more tragic. This one, the monkey just throws a brick, and gravity does the rest. And some unlucky chap just walks by, gets killed by a flying brick.
That is awful.
Yeah, I know.
Imagine just dying because some monkey said, "Fuck this dude," and then
It threw a brick. And the thing is, these monkeys get even wild when they come in contact with alcohol.
drunk monkeys.
They're the worst. Yeah, but think about this species is they're comparatively intelligent. Man, let's say compared to other monkey species.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about apes, just monkeys.
Yeah, considering they coordinated to mug you.
No, so the thing is, I knew a fruit seller who had a mutually beneficial relationship with said monkey. As in, he paid the monkey protection fees on in mangoes. So what happens is he's allowed to operate his fruit stall there, given that he provides the monkey with, I think, a mango once every 2 days or something like that.
That is delightful. That is adorable, actually.
These monkeys are a threat.
I don't doubt it, especially if you don't have any mangoes.
No, so if you don't have anything, they tend to let you go.
Right.
They haven't reached that level of intelligence where they can run the traveling mob.
Sopranos, but it's monkeys.
Oh yeah, and the species has some really weird hairstyles. Let me just see if I can pull some up. This species, I know this might be a bit political, but this is a species my sister refers to as Donald Trump as a monkey.
Wait, do I know what this is? I think I may have seen one of these. Not in real life, obviously, but
We found one that looked that had the same fur tone as Donald Trump's hair. And what I was like, yes, we walked across the mountains to find a Donald Trump monkey. They have some really. But think about this species is it's pretty easy to tame as well. And this practice actually been reduced recently, but there used to be guys who got monkeys to dance.
so now they banned making the monkeys dance.
Yeah, animal abuse.
Oh, true.
You pay them like, I don't know, 20 rupees. 20 rupees is like how many cents? About I think it's about 5 cents at most. She gets you the owner, she or he who was running it gets the monkey to dance for you.
Huh.
And for some reason, someone's selling the picture of this monkey somewhere, like a framed picture of said monkey. And I've seen these monkeys actually smoke.
Monkeys are weird.
This species is weird. To be precise.
So it would seem.
I see. There are some other species that I've seen that aren't violent. Like for example, there was one that tried to negotiate with my granddad. Like, so granddad, both my dad and my grandfather, like my mom's dad and my dad, have a couple of friends in the forest department.
Mm-hmm.
So we get access to some of their regions for during our holidays. So there's this monkey called I think it's a malign-tailed macaque. Let me just put that picture. And so these guys aren't that violent. In fact, I won't call them violent at all, even though they look violent.
Mm-hmm.
So these guys tend to negotiate a lot. Like what happened was, Granddad was in the car, windows closed and everything. The monkey just drops on the hood, taps on the window, and shows his hand, as in, give me something.
That's I know why. That's just like it's just cute, but also threatening. I would not.
These guys don't attack.
They just want.
Yeah, they just try to negotiate. And then there's another species that's scared of everything. For obvious reasons, because apparently, these random bullshit medical treatments that people come up with.
Yeah.
The one where you eat, let's say a bear's a liver or some shit, and your dick always stays hard or some shit like that.
Oh.
Apparently that's a real thing, by the way. Like, they claim it's a real thing.
Oh.
Apparently, if you have erectile dysfunctionality, just eat a bear's liver or some shit like that. I don't know. So there's one species of monkey that's terrified of everyone for a reason, because apparently this monkey's guts has some magical properties or some shit like that.
Huh.
Even though killing said monkey is a criminal offense.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yes, eat monkey dick, you'll get strong.
Makes you big and strong.
Like the monkey. It's like, they have two subspecies. There's one that I sent you, the black one, and then there's a brown one. So apparently both of them had, I think it's something to do with their guts or something like that. You eat their guts, you get cured or something, I don't know. Folk medicine is weird.
So it would seem.
Let me just pull something of animal-based folk medicine. There you go, the Fondle drugstore. Animal-based remedies used in Latin America. I don't want the Latin America. I want the Asian ones. I think I found one. There's no, it's a research paper by the National Institute of Health. Why am I getting research using traditional medicine? Indian peafowl, the leg. What? Who? Okay, who wants peacock leg? That sounds disgusting.
I mean, gotta say, monkey guts doesn't sound very appealing.
Yeah, that's true, but still. Okay, Indian ass, that's a donkey. Okay. The scientific name, okay. The part used this shit. Method of drug kept in water after 1 day filtered water is given to cure jaundice. Jaundice, I think it's a leg disease.
Yeah, isn't it like
Skin, okay, skin, it's a skin thing.
oh
You drink. Okay, then there's this entire thing about cow piss, which is used in traditional medicine. The ghee is what? It's like butter. Dog, what? Dog piss used as eardrops for curing earache. Piss of a goat used to cure tuberculosis.
of course, tuberculosis. Cured.
Yes, give a goat's piss.
We did it, guys.
we solved tuberculosis. Yes, well, okay. Mouth ulcer is treated by direct spray of milk from breast of a goat to tongue of a patient.
Ugh.
Human urine is used as antiseptic for wound healing. I've heard of that.
Oh.
Which kind of makes sense, but not at the same time because human piss actually has a high level of phosphorus, which can be used for antiseptic properties, but it's poisonous at the same time. So I don't know.
It's like you may as well just use any other fluid.
Yeah, exactly. Peacock's leg is rubbed with water, and this essence water is used in ear infection. I think this one has more for religious significance than anything else. Fat of a pig is used as a massage cream in muscular pain. I've heard of this. Sambar deer, that's that's quite common over here. Antlers rubbed with water. This paste is applied with eye ailment. Sheep milk used as a massage cream in muscular pain. What? House sparrow shit. Fecal matter is applied in the anus of a baby to treat constipation. What?
What?
What? Yes, my kid's shit is bad. Just shove in some bird shit into your kid.
Of course. Do this. Do this. You get it.
Okay, pigeon. The fresh blood is massage externally to treat paralysis. Dove. Oh god, what is this? To attain early puberty, girls eat flesh of collared dove. Wow. That's not how it works. Okay, ash of a carapace is a fish, is used in lung disease to cough, asthma, tuberculosis, etc.
We did it. We cured asthma. We did it. We cured asthma.
Okay, honey is used as eye drops to cure eye disease. I've heard of that.
That's not, I don't know. I
don't think it's effective.
That sounds agonizing, actually.
Okay,
Like
shell.
the consistency of honey in your eye. Ugh.
The National Institute of Health has a huge database quite a lot of papers on this.
Maybe I'll look at some of these sometime. The National Institute of Health.
I mean, they study other countries other cultures that have worked on this, but.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, what are they using the snake for?
Mm-hmm.
It's a study. Where's the paper? Do I have access to said paper? bold text. Okay, this is inside. This one's from South America.
Mhm.
I'm trying to find a good. Why do they have crocodile tails?
What are they using it for?
And I'm trying to figure it out. I'm just going through the. They're using all this. They're just using scientific names over here.
Hmm.
Some species are multiple uses and utilized for treating more than one type of ailment. The fat from the Duris, I don't know what that is. Let's Google that. That's a snake. For example, is used in treatment leprosy, backache, earache, and so on. Fissure of soles of the feet. While the rattle from the same snake is used in what's apparently you get sympathy when you eat the tail of a rattlesnake.
Of course. I'm still thinking about pouring honey in your eyes.
It's not the worst thing we've seen so far.
I guess it's not the worst thing ever, but it's just such a vividly tangible kind of thought, I guess.
And that's true.
Alright.
It's like, who
I
would
hate
want to do it?
Right. I don't think anyone would want to do it, but
And there was one thing that was banned by the new government. There was a practice of, cure. I don't exactly know what was supposed to cure, but you get this like tiny fish and if you force feed a child.
you feed a fish to a child?
Yeah, it was banned by the Indian government for being too barbaric and dangerous for both the safety of the kid and the fish, because the fish is still alive.
Oh. Hmm.
Let me just check I forgot what it's called.
I do hate to cut this short. This is
Okay.
a delightful conversation.
Oh, yeah, I have to go to bed right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's gotta be late for you. Like,
Nah, it's fine. I'm used to staying up late, but I have to get some stuff done.
alright.
Cool. I don't know, but just I enjoyed my time with you. Just talking to you. I didn't look at the clock.
Yeah, this has been
It was fun.
fun.
It was fun having you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just found out what the fish is about. It's for asthma. You cure asthma by force feeding it, by them feeding you a fish.
Man, imagine
Okay,
you getting an asthma attack and your parent just tells you to fucking swallow a fish.
Oh, swallow the fish. That's still wiggling.
Yep, that will definitely help. It will definitely help you.
Okay, it was nice talking to you, and
Yep.
I'd love to have you on,
Yeah.
in future streams as
If you
well.
want to come on again, yeah, just let me know.
Sure.
I'll see what can be done.
Sure.
So,
And
I'll talk to you later.
thank you for coming by.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. Have a good one.
Same. Likewise.
Bye.
Bye.